On the back.
Maryland. Becky Pagel, Sheets County.
Mike Bittner, City of Bend.
Morning, Zach Praise with the Nature Conservancy.
Kimberly Creasy, Water Watch Oregon.
Halferty, citizen of Oregon.
Thanks.
Raquel Rancier, Deputy Director, Water Resources Department, Grant.
Grant Mass at IT.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll get into the governor's office presentation. Are they gonna? Raquel, will they be sitting up here or?
No, I'm not needed up here, but we'll invite the governor's office up to the table.
Lights up there.
Table.
Hey Raquel, can we get lights up front? Seems a little dark.
Yesterday, yeah, I agree. Yesterday, some of the graphics were a little washed out, so
Oh,
maybe during a visual presentation, we can knock them back down.
That was better. Good morning.
Good morning.
So this is much different crowd than I expected 15 minutes ago. We pulled in the parking lot and there's a lineup, DMV, and they're all really angry. And I was like, this is not a meeting we should be going. So we were really thrilled when we realized we were not at the ODOT building, right? So good morning. I mean, water is hard, but it was looking even harder at that moment. You know, we're really here today to mainly answer questions and just interact with you. And I know you've got, and I will put you on time. We have till 8:45, Chair, I think. So we'll maybe spend 10 or 15 minutes with some thoughts and whatever questions you want to talk about. We're happy to do that. I represent the governor working with 14 natural resource agencies and 32 boards and commissions. And one of the things that, just to set the plate a little bit in terms of the Oregon budget for discretionary money, general fund money, those 14 agencies and 32 boards and commissions account for about 2.8% of the state's budget. And quite frequently, people in the office look at me and say, well, you're the 87%, 2.8% guy, 87% of the noise and 2% of the budget. What's up today? And water's certainly a piece of that. There's nothing about water that's easy in water policy. There's nothing about water and water policy that is not important, and it's becoming more important. So we really are thrilled to have you all serve. And I want to start out by thanking you very much for the amount of time you spend on behalf of Oregon generally, citizens of the state that have a stake in this publicly owned resource, whether they have a permit or not, and water users, and all of the in-stream values the water represents. They're sitting right in front of you every time you meet. And I know that makes for some interesting conversations, and it's not an easy thing that we've asked you to do. We've spent the first year and a half of the administration trying to work on three big things that are largely to reframe the way the enterprise of state agencies and boards and commissions work. And then we're beginning to pivot on some policy initiatives for the administration. But those three big things, they don't seem like much, but they're, I think, fundamentally important to changing some of the ways we're managing resources. And the first one is integrating our agencies. We don't have a DNR in Oregon. We have these 14 different agencies. we are spending a lot of time with the directors and members of executive teams across all of the natural resource agencies, setting expectations for integrating their work, integrating decision-making, and recognizing these crossovers between disciplines, whether it's water and agriculture or it's water and the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries and wells for domestic water supplies or whatever it might be. And we meet in person at least once a month around a table with every director in our office and the Attorney General's office, talking about how to better integrate and what's on the plate and what we can do differently than maybe we've done in the past. The governor's put a real emphasis with every department on consolidating and delivering core functions well and not thinning the soup, frankly. Recognizing that we're overstretched at 2.8% of the budget, that the issues are bigger than the budgets and bigger than the staffing capacity of agencies quite frequently, and that the decisions that are made are consequential and therefore really need transparency and engagement. And also making sure that our departments feel like, and that you feel as though while consensus is highly desirable, it can't always be reached. And at some point there are decisions to be made, and just deciding and moving forward with an openness to reevaluating later is not a wrong move. Quite frequently in the natural resource arena, we have really intricate issues to resolve, and we have a primacy in Oregon on collaborative, open dialogue with lots of stakeholder engagement, and that's really important. But I also wouldn't want to leave here today without recognizing that at some point, you all will call the question on whatever the particular policy issue is that is in front of you, and do the best you can to make a thoughtful decision based on a transparent process and explain that decision well. And we want you to do that. And sometimes that's what it takes in order for all of us to recognize where we've made progress and where we've made a misstep, and there's nothing wrong with that misstep. That means that you back up and you take another look at it and you do it a little differently if that's what's called for. So I think we've been delivering that message to our agencies, I think, who have in some cases felt a little locked down because of the complexity of what they're facing and the resources that they have to work with. And the third piece that we've been talking a lot about is a clarity of role within the larger enterprise. And Governor Kotek has a real sense that she is the chief executive of the enterprise in the executive branch of the state, and that there's no director that's not part of that team. And there's no director that we want to have feeling as though they are operating out on an island by themselves. And no commission or no board that isn't part of that team as well. And so while we all have this citizen-based diffuse decision-making process quite frequently, we're really trying to spend time on how to make sure that that all fits within making the entire enterprise of natural resource management in the state move forward in a deliberate, thoughtful way, with the governor there to support that and be engaged. And I think the first 6 months of my job, Doug and other directors would say, boy, I'm really glad that you call me right back, or I'm really glad that you're calling and asking this question. I was like, well, wait a year. And then other conversations say if you really still are happy about that. But that's the way we've been functioning. We've been a lot more hands-on in finding places where we can support the agency in accomplishing its mission. And also really asking agencies to work with the other agencies. I bring this up because we're also about to pivot and ask that we start working more with board chairs and look at every agency where we have a triangle between the governor's office, the director of the agency, and the chair of the board as a team that's kind of sorting through directionally where we want to go. And there'll be some interactions coming up in the fall that'll begin to bring together chairs of different boards and commissions with the directors of those boards and agencies and have an opportunity to sort through some commonalities and places that maybe on behalf of the enterprise, we can do things a little better. So that's how we've spent the first roughly 15 months of the administration. And it's been a joy to see this cabinet at work. It's a really strong group of agency directors. And I couldn't be more proud of that. And getting some long-term arc to the administration of Water Resources Department has been a real priority for us. And I'm thrilled he'll be starting on the 1st of July. He's working with us now on a lot of outreach and framing how he wants the administration of the department to look going forward in a more permanent way. So we're lucky to have the team we have. And one of the things that we are going to be doing a lot of, and Ivan is working with, is we hired a new director of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, a new director of the Fish and Wildlife Department. Those three, Water Resources, OWEB, and Fish and Wildlife, are going to be joined at the hip in a lot of conversations about how we integrate some of the different things that are really affecting the water users and the in-stream water interests of the state, and how we begin to prioritize some things right down to the integrated water resources strategy, which I know you are all really anxious to see come to fruition. In terms of a policy overlay that I think we'll be talking more with you about over the next year, we have started at a cabinet level to really, and with the governor, to talk about how we want to drive progress in the policy context, and really looking at resiliency of natural and working landscapes, and how we accomplish a more resilient landscape that is capable of absorbing and functioning for the values that we want in 2030 and 2035, as well as it is today, or better than it is today, in the face of the pace and scale of the challenges that are associated with climate, and the impacts on a changing climate in so many different ways across Oregon, from Wallowa County to Coos. It is imperative, we think, that our agencies start thinking more about what we need to do to be in a better place to manage the resources that are your core mission in 2030 and 2035 than we would be if we just keep doing what we're doing today. It's going to require some new thinking and some change in approach. And we're already seeing, impacts across the state, and water, no place more than water, I would submit. And so having the conversations about how individual agencies and a collection of agencies need to manage their mission and think about doing more of what is going to prepare us for that time, and what we should be de-emphasizing that we've done historically, because maybe it's just a little less important on the scale of things. And there are interesting conversations ahead of us about that. I want you to know that the Director's Cabinet has started those conversations, and will be integrating that thinking into the preparation of the governor's budget for the next biennium. And happy to talk more about that if you would like. I'll end water in particular. There's no easy decisions left. There's no decision space that comes without really thinking about how we got to where we are. What do we need to prepare for in the future? And what are the changes and adjustments that need to be made? And I'm an incrementalist. I don't think that wholesale change, throwing out everything and starting over, is often the right thing to do. And I'm not convinced that's where we are in water policy generally. But I don't think this is the time to be afraid to take on some core things in that framework of how do we build a more resilient landscape 10 years out by the decisions we make today. We had a group of very thoughtful water people in that context think a little bit about what they thought could be done with our water policy and our water management in the state that might better prepare us for the future. I asked those 4 people, several of whom had not met in person before they did the paper, to work on this. And I asked each of them individually because I know they were well respected across the state, regardless of whether folks disagree with their inclinations on policy issues. And I asked them to put together their suggestions for the governor and for this commission and for the department of what they just see. And the only constraint I put on them was they had to agree, all four had to agree on everything that they produced in writing, that they couldn't disagree about anything that they submitted. And you've seen the letter that they gave us in January for a call for leadership from the governor. Our response, and I'm not going to spend time on that today, but our response coming back was, one, to pause the integrated water resources strategy. And so we could have the time to maybe do a little bit more integration, a little bit more prioritization, and a little bit more benchmarking of exactly what are the priorities that we need to be working on, and trimming it to be something that was more of a directional strategy than we had. And also to start up a process. Chandra Ferrari has worked in water for her entire career and has a brilliant mind that exceeds anything that I will have around water policy specifically. And I'm sorry to embarrass you, but it's the truth. And Chandra is really pasted up against this issue and going to be working on it. And so I wanted her to spend just a few minutes on the process she started to prepare us for some thoughtful decisions that have to be made about a potential agenda for water policy discussion for the 2025 session. So, Chandra.
Thanks, Jeff. So I'll just reintroduce myself again. I know there were some volume challenges earlier. My name is Chandra Ferrari. I'm with the Governor's Natural Resource Office. I'm a natural resources policy advisor and joined the office a couple months ago to focus a lot of attention and increase our capacity to engage on water issues. So I'm really excited to do that. It's really nice to see you all again this morning. Thank you for inviting us here. And again, Jeff overstates my abilities, but thank you anyway. So our office has been spending a bit of time in light of the letter and in light of the integrated water resources strategy and a lot of other efforts reflecting on how Oregon can take a more proactive pathway to addressing issue areas of strategic importance to us and to improving our management of our water resources. And so we think, that pathway is going to be comprised of a lot of different elements, but to really move the needle in water management in a meaningful way, we're going to have to take a hard look at our existing water laws and policies. And we're going to have to ask ourselves, right, if those are structuring, or if they're positioning us to really meet our needs into the future in the most effective way possible. And so the letter that Jeff mentioned from the 4 water policy and law experts did a really good job at saying this is a critical thing we need to do. We need to look at modernizing our existing laws and statutes. And the other thing that they did in that letter that was important is they really drew upon a lot of past efforts. There's a lot of different publications, a lot of different work, including work that this commission has done to think about our water management challenges in Oregon. And a lot of those publications were based upon a variety of conversations with a lot of folks in Oregon who are really connected to water, right? To understand their interests in water, to understand their connections, and to understand the challenges that they're facing. So that work has been really important, really positive steps, but the solutions, to the extent they're identified in those publications, tend to be at a broader level, right? Which is great. But what we're hoping to do is build upon that work and really take it to the next layer of resolution, if you will, right? We really need to understand the specific actions that we need to move forward and over what time frame to really start moving the needle. So, that's what that's what I'm going to be focusing on over the next several months, is picking up on that work, spending the summer having conversations with a variety of water interests throughout the state, really to understand from those interests, what are your top couple of challenges with water laws and policies that are impacting the ability to meet your water needs? And then what are the specific solutions that could address those challenges, right? We need to get to that next layer of conversation. We need to really understand and prioritize also those challenges that folks are experiencing. And then we're hoping to have enough of these conversations that we're going to be able to walk away with a good idea of whether or not there really is an interest and willingness from a critical mass of stakeholders to engage on this work and move it forward. We should have an idea of what the confines of some of those key solutions might be. that we could advance. And then hopefully we would also have an understanding of what might be appropriate to advance first, maybe in a legislative package in 25, 27. And so that is work that I'm going to be leading over the summer. It's not going to end there, but the hope is, right, that we have a couple really targeted policy asks that will be a concrete, meaningful step towards getting us on a proactive pathway to meeting our water needs into the future. And I would say too that, you know, we're making our best efforts to talk to a range of folks. We're not going to touch on everyone. There's just not enough time for that. And we really value the work that's been done before to hear from a broad range of stakeholders. So this really is trying to push us into a space where we're able to productively engage in the legislative session. And so we are on a bit of a time frame for this work, but excited to move it forward.
Yeah, and I would add that, you know, there's no promise of any definitive solutions here, right? This is incrementally identifying what are the key linchpins that are precluding a given interest in water from accomplishing what they really need to accomplish to thrive. And what is it that would make a difference if it were changed in water policy? And I think our conversation last night reflected a lot of that I had with some of you that reflected a lot of what we've heard, which is, you know, generally the compromise has almost the ability to compromise and reach solutions has been wrung out of the policy arena when it comes to water. That and nor are we going to be able to spend our way to a successful outcome. We really are at a point where we have to start looking at the layer upon layer of policies that have been developed in statute over the last 50 some years to implement a paradigm for managing water that was put in place 100 years ago. And so there are opportunities for trade-offs, and there are opportunities for making incremental adjustments. And we are working with the legislative leadership, both on the House and the Senate side. If you didn't watch the presentation of the four folks that wrote the letter 2 weeks ago, they presented in front of the Senate committee and they presented in front of the House. And it was a real interesting conversation. One of the more interesting conversations I've seen in a legislative hearing in a bit. It's going to be an interesting platform for us to see if we can do something with. And it'll take all of us. And we'll come back and talk with you again in the fall on what we're seeing and hearing over the course of the summer. So I think that's it for us. Happy to talk about anything you want to talk about. We're here.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chandra. I very much appreciate the approach you're taking this morning and the approach you described in the governor's office. In my tenure, I had 7 years on the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board and coming up on 8 years on the commission. I don't think I've seen something quite like this. And so I appreciate it. And I know there's going to be a lot of interest in some of these topics from the commissioners. So I'll just open it up and see if any of the commissioners have any points they want to discuss based on what you've said.
Yes, I just have a comment, you know, what you said about incrementally looking at these issues, because sometimes when you look at it as a whole, it becomes very overwhelming. And so where do we start? What do we do? So those ideas of incrementally looking at ways to streamline and make policy more efficient, I think is a good approach that hopefully doesn't put so much weight on the shoulders of everybody who's trying to make a positive change. So I appreciate that approach and that outlook.
There's, you know, and it is about efficiency and management of the system. And it's also about looking at how we are better reflecting, how that management can better reflect some of the values that Oregonians have in water, whether they have a water right or not. And so that's going to be an interesting balance, right? And when we talk about trade-offs, I think that everybody that's involved in the water world has things that they would like to see different, that would serve their interests so that they felt like the system was better addressing what they need. and also have probably thought about things that that are less important, that maybe would be important to someone else with a different set of values or a different set of interests. And that's the key to some of this conversation.
Commissioner Reeves?
I wanted to observe that, I feel like the way that, your office, the governor's office, is interacting with this agency, I don't see it as much with the other agencies, is just extremely valuable, especially now when we're in this period of really needing to do something, to make some changes. And having the support of the governor's office in that, leadership from the governor's office is just really, I think it's really important. It's kind of a game changer. I don't mean this in a disparaging way for any past governors, but I don't think we've seen this before in our tenure. So we really appreciate it. And we're interested in knowing how, it sounds like you'll be interacting with chairs, which is great, and just for us to know how we can be productive in this process that you're embarking on. You good?
I'm expecting, we're going to listen to some of the conversations you're having this morning, and I would say that probably will demonstrate how integral you are.
Commissioner Mull?
If it's okay. I mean, yesterday, their first agenda item went over by an hour and a half. Can we do that again? Partly a continuation of a conversation many of us had over dinner last night. Around, is the change that's needed really policy? Or is it behavior? And can we get behavior change with policy? It's just fascinating. And I think we're in a space, and yesterday's grant discussion was a good example of that, where we're kind of flush. We've never experienced the kind of influx of financial capital into the water world that we've experienced over the last 3 years. And so the department staff have done a fantastic job of bringing on staff and added capacity. And I think we're seeing immediate impacts of that, references to Emily's work here in this basin and similar investments in other basins, and just the fact that there are more staff to do the day-to-day work of it. So it raises the question of maybe it's not just policy, but it's just, we have been so under capacity when it comes to water, all natural resources. So with that, my question for you is, how can we help you, and how are we going to be able to move from 2.8% to 5% on an ongoing basis, so that natural resource management capacity, so that people in the field who can work within the confines and the bounds of rule and policy to get this stuff done? How can we do that? What's the best thing we can do to encourage the legislature to really, really reinforce on an ongoing basis a near doubling of the natural resources budget, for example?
So I took a look, I won't tell you how long my career spanned doing natural resource work in Oregon, but I took a look back 25 years and didn't get to the beginning of my career to see what the budget had been for the collective agencies. It's never exceeded 3.6% of the state's general fund. And that was only in the 21-23 biennium, when there was a lot of money, one-time money invested. It was not built into the base budgets of the agency. It has never been below 2.4-ish, something like that. So what you see today has been the status quo in Oregon for a solid 30 years on the percentage of budget that is dedicated to natural resources. Is it becoming more apparent, the implications of resource management on a whole lot of other things? I think so.
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer to your question, Joe. I think one thing that I do know is that commissioners on our boards and commissions are ambassadors who are not, they're citizens at large. You're not employed by the state. You have more knowledge, though, about what's going on in your agency than just about anybody else that is that is a citizen that is not employed by the state, and you have the capacity to speak on behalf of your agency anytime you want to do that, just coordinate with your director and be clear about whenever you're talking that you're there on your own behalf, not on behalf of the commission. And I think you have currency. And that's maybe the most direct answer I can give you. The budget process for the state right now, just to stay at current service level for the next biennium, is almost an 8% increase. So the way we, the state is you take the last current service level budget that you had, roll that up for inflation, and then if there's extra investment to be made, then you can make that on top of that. And I think probably you've had budget discussions in this capacity that says the governor's instructions now is its current service level plus 1%. For the natural resource cabinet of 14 agencies, 1% is $7 million that I have to play with the agencies to decide what additional programs we can add on based on the revenue forecast that the state has for the next 2 years. $7 million. So the important piece is to be really digging in and looking in as an agency as how to restructure, move programs around to address what really needs to be done and lean into that with the discretion that the agency has on its current service level budget. And I think that's a legitimate question for a commission oversight body to have with the director and the staff. It's like, what can we do to do more of what we should be doing? What is our capacity to do that better? And then advocate within the system we've got. You've got a legislative leadership that's much more attuned to it than I've seen in the past. I think in my career, I also see constituencies that are very worried about things collectively in ways that are different than maybe they were in the past, where it was an interest-based worry, not a systemic, holistic worry about the impact of the implications of our decisions around water. And that's one of the reasons we kind of pounced on this, bringing this group of 4 to kind of crystallize a conversation. That's best I can say.
Please keep us apprised. I think we're hungry I think everybody in the room is hungry to maintain that and to advocate on behalf of natural resources broadly.
Thanks.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I really appreciate the work that you're doing in coordination, moving us forward. And speaking of the legislature, the water caucus that's been formed, bipartisan caucus, I know Chandra has gone to a meeting of theirs. I think working with them and us working with them will really be helpful to move the agenda.
That's actually a really good point, Jan. And you and I have worked a long time with the legislature together in different capacities to know that we have a citizens legislature. And so you can't assume when they walk in the door at the beginning of a session that they really understand some of the policy issues that they're going to face. And frankly, by the time the session starts, it's too late to really have them come up to speed. So what we do in the interim, inviting them on your tours, individual legislators that sit on the House and Senate committees. The election may change the composition some, but it doesn't always change it a lot. Invite them on, look them up and have coffee and just talk to them about what you see as commissioners. Not to advocate for particular policy outcomes as much as just to vest them in the importance of the issues that will be part of this tsunami that comes at them in the course of a session when they have 3,000 bills that they're supposed to somehow work through. The Water Caucus is a great start, and there's an environmental caucus on the Senate side that's a little broader than water, but with the presentation that happened a couple of weeks ago, has stimulated a lot more interest in water, along with some of the other issues that caucus has been focused on in the past.
So I have a follow-up comment to Joe's question, and while I would love to see 5%, and as you said, we're certainly interested in helping get there. I think at least part of the piece, especially when you talk about something like resiliency, because we have so many federal lands in Oregon, we have 9 tribes to work with, and if you want to address climate change, watershed function, and those sorts of topics in a resiliency context, we're going to need to work across those boundaries. And I think that's part of the answer. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on working with the Forest Service at BLM and tribes and some of these topics.
Well, why don't you talk about the tribal engagement piece of your work?
Yeah, well, so the summer conversations that I'll be engaging in also include all 9 tribes. And of course, we're going to be having, or at least offering individual conversations with each tribe to understand their perspectives, needs around water. And so I think that's going to be a really critical input point into our effort, and also thinking about how we best collaborate on water management issues moving forward. I think well, do you want to talk about federal funding?
Yeah,
Is
go
also-
ahead.
And on that, in the larger space, in the resiliency space, right, of which water is clearly a key component, I completely understand and appreciate the point that, you know, there's a lot of actors at play that need to be moving in the same direction to get to outcomes. And we have a big opportunity right now with a lot of money at the federal level and at the state level as well. And we have been successful at bringing some of those dollars into Oregon, but maybe not as successful as we could have been, and maybe not as successful as some other states, and particularly around certain programs. So we were lucky enough in the last session to get some capacity to work with our office. We have a new federal funds coordinator who is going to be working with us for about through the end of the biennium, so through June of 2025, to help us develop a cohesive strategy to access federal funds around a resiliency agenda, to really help us articulate priorities so that we can be really targeted in how we're trying to get those dollars, and to actually coordinate with federal agencies that are offering those opportunities, or tribes trying to access those opportunities, and other stakeholders, right? We all have different skill sets and or tools that we can bring to federal funding opportunities. And sometimes it's just connecting all the dots with the need and interest and the different tools that we have available. And so the coordinator is going to be really helpful to us in trying to be more strategic and coordinated, right, over the next year, especially, and really set an infrastructure for us. So even after she's gone, we'll hopefully have the ability to access those funds in a lot more coordinated fashion.
We have agencies that could desperately use the federal funds, but have really not ever had a strategy for going after them in an integrated way. And I'll go back to the tribal engagement. You know, one of those 4 thoughtful folks that did the analysis for us, I asked him to do it because of the arc of his tenured career working with tribal water issues for one tribe, certainly not representing all tribes. But if we're going to be successful in shaping some changes to water policy to reflect more of where we need to be instead of where we are today, I'm convinced we are missing the boat if we do not integrate the tribal perspective into water management in a way that it is reflected in the development of policy. And for a long time, we've talked about in-stream and consumptive use interests around the legislative process, and not reflected that the cultural importance and the overlapping management opportunities of having state water policy that better reflects the way our tribal nations approach water as a resource and an integrated piece of the social and cultural fabric that we'd all be better served if our water policy reflected that. So I like this idea of not just having the traditional constituencies be part of a discussion in the legislative session about incremental changes that could make a real difference without having the tribes there as well, advocating right beside us. And I hope we get that. And that's part of the conversation we're going to start. Clearly that tribe to tribe, it may look different. And there may be a different level of interest in engaging or capacity to do it, but we're not gonna go into the 25 session with a water package working with the House and the Senate committees without having the opportunity to have the tribes be integral to that discussion. I think that would be a big miss.
Thank you. We're nearly at time. I want to check with Commissioner Wolf and Commissioner Kahar to see if they have any questions.
Just, just want to commend you on not been involved in state government for long or much, but the approach that you're taking is something I haven't really seen before, and I think it's admirable, and I look forward to seeing where it takes you.
Well, thank you very much. It is a reflection of my boss. She's very pragmatic, very solution oriented, and really wants to see things get done that need to be done. Whether they're in the core priorities that she's articulated, or in the natural resource arena or other arenas, that maybe aren't getting a lot of the conversation out of our office, but the approach is the same. And I enjoy it. It's been a lot of fun to work for her. Thanks.
Thank you.
We didn't keep our promise. We got to 5 minutes over.
It looks like we have two public commenters on this topic. Kimberly Priestley, did you want to go? And then Marilyn from the
Good morning. I'm Marilyn Totzer from Bend now, and I am a 54-year member of League of Women Voters,
Maryland.
Oregon. Oh, okay. I'll go here. So as I said before, I've been in Dallas for 45 years and Bend for 2. And when I got here, I realized I jumped right into the water committee. I had no idea the complexity of the water issues here, and I'm like a neophyte in learning about this. I've been involved in land use since 76 when we did the land use goals and the comprehensive plans, and then I did Clean Air Oregon, establishment of Clean Air Oregon at the state level. This is all volunteer, but the most important thing I think that we're missing in this whole discussion, and I really appreciate the governor's office trying to integrate all this. I understand what a Herculean job this is from all aspects, including water and all the other things. And I have to make a funny quip. You were talking about how do you get more money? The only way I can see is to get the people to enact a sales tax, which we know is impossible. So, there's what I see here as a big dilemma, and the league believes in comprehensive planning effectively implemented. Is that the cities and the counties have to rely on the land use goals. And the land use goals do not say anything about being able to limit development without the availability of water. So we've been working here in Bend, with a little bit with the DLCD representative on having them start a conversation about how that could happen. Because right now Redmond has applied for a water permit, an extra water permit, and they were denied. Bend is looking at, they need groundwater. Bend gets all of its water as well from groundwater. And so they will be applying for more water permits in the future, and they're worried that they won't be able to get more groundwater either. And as you know, all the water is over allocated, and we don't know how much groundwater there really is. So if we have that conversation of integration of water policy with land use policy, I think that's a link that we're missing. And you guys probably haven't heard anything said about it today. And maybe the governor's office is working on that, but I'd like to find out if that is possible. If we could say, okay, on the west side, on the east side, we have a different problem than we do on the west side. When we were living in the west side, we never thought about people over here running out of water. So it wasn't a problem. Anyway, that was partly a question, partly a plea, but I really appreciate what you've all done and what you're continuing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Any questions from her? Really?
Good morning, Chair Clemps, members of the commission. My name is Kimberly Priestley. I'm here representing Water Watch of Oregon. Yeah, sorry, Kimberly Priestley representing Water Watch of Oregon. I just want to make a brief comment on the great presentation we heard this morning. Water Watch is very excited about the governor's attention to climate and water in particular. We agree that there are many opportunities to better water management in the state. That's something Water Watch has been advocating for 40 years. So we're really excited at this, at this juncture. I did want to make a brief comment. Chandra and Jeff talked a little bit about the letter. We very much appreciate the call to leadership that the letter makes, and agree with that. And we're excited to hear about the governor's attention to this. That said, as to the 6 pillars in the letter, I did want to just make one comment, which is, it is we think the letter is a good starting point, but it is not the end point. The letter does not include some state priorities as one of the pillars. There are many other priorities. One in particular is the restoration and protection of stream flows. This is something that is found in all of the reference documents that the authors relied upon, but did not make it into the letter. And so what we are up here today for is to ask the governor's office, the agencies, the commissioners, legislators, that as we move forward on, moving forward on water management, that we keep that policy in light. So again, protection and restoration of stream flows should be part of any discussion forward on water management. So just a short comment. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have one more. We have Chris Hall from the Water League as a virtual attendee.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Hall, Executive Director of Water League. I got to tell you, I am really proud to be an Oregonian. This upcoming water package coming to the legislature, led by the governor, is likely to be historic. And it reminds me of the concept of when is it best to plant a tree and when is it best to, do an omnibus package laws. And this has been a long time coming. And we have this number sequence from 1909 to 1955 and then a big jump until 2025. And it's gotten to a point where the need to address how we live with water is it's gotten to a point where we have to actually really get down to the truth, the brutal honesty of what that means. And it's, from what I can tell, it seems like there's a lot of political support. I know that there's a lot of public support. And I think the governor and you, the water resources commissioners and the legislators and the agency staff will have broad support from the public, especially if you care for water the way the public wants you to. And my only thoughts are in a very, very broad painted scope are that not only do the laws need a good look, a good overhaul, but the process by which that look is conducted. And so Water League's going to offer a structural critique about how the process might consider moving forward. And I think Jeff Huntington and Chandra took the words right out of my mouth when they started talking about how opening and broadening the scope of who has a say, who has an opportunity to have a chance to weigh in and moving past sort of the usual suspects, as it were. And I think that that's one of the most wonderful opportunities. It's moving more broadly into what is the public interest, and then actually inviting the public and starting with the tribes, without a doubt, because they were here since time immemorial, and somehow they managed for 10, 15, 20,000 years to shepherd and steward water in ways that it only took us about 170 years. And when I say us, I'm talking like settlers who moved west, about 170 years to cause some serious problems. And so I think that that's a really lovely move. And Water League is very, very excited about all the opportunities that lay ahead of us. and ahead of you. And again, we are really proud to be Oregonians today, and we support Governor Kotek's efforts 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Any comments or questions for Chris? Okay. All right, I think we'll move into agenda item I, the Harney Basin groundwater update.
All right. Hi, Commission. This is Kelly Mines, Water Policy Analyst and the Rural Riding Coordinator for this process. Can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. All right, Jason, I'll throw it off to you.
All right, thanks, Kelly.
Mhm.
Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. My name is Jason Spreet, for the record, Chair Quince, members of the commission. Jason Spreet, East Region Manager out in Baker City. Today we'll be going over the Harney Basin groundwater update. Kelly, could you go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
So a quick overview of this presentation. We'll go over a short background on why the update to the Division 512 rules was needed, some of the work that we're doing in the basin, and also some of the changes we have incorporated based on feedback from the community. We added a little bit of time to this presentation because the community requested some time to comment. Next slide. All right, so just a general quick overview of the Harney Basin. Harney Basin here is the area outlined in red, the outer red boundary. Encompasses approximately half of the northern half of Harney County, a portion of Grant County to the north, and a small portion of Lake County to the west. And then there's a hatched area within that red boundary that is the Harney Basin, Greater Harney Basin or Harney Valley area of concern. Next slide, Kelly, please. So we'll get a little bit into why we decided the rules change was needed back in 2016. What you're seeing here is a hydrograph of the Weaver Springs area where we're seeing some significant declines in groundwater. And as you can see by this graph, the water levels are relatively stable until the early to mid 1990s. After that point, they begin to drop rapidly. So in 2016, the department believed it needed to take action based on this information and initiated a rulemaking to prevent further allocation, which would only worsen those declines. At the same time, a study was initiated to understand the groundwater system so future rulemaking could be informed by robust science. As you can see in the hydrograph, since 2016, water levels continue to decline with a very little sign of slowing, which further reinforces the need to take additional action in this basin. So with that, I'm going to take it over to Tim Seymour.
Thanks, Jason. Chair Quimps, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Tim Seymour, and I'm the assistant manager for the groundwater section. And I'm going to talk through the groundwater portfolio and introduce that, and then we'll talk through some of the key portions of that over the next few slides. So the next slide, we presented to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee at our last RAC meeting. And the intent of this slide is to try to put together in a visual representation all of the different pieces of work that the department is participating in within the Harney Basin to try to address those declines that Jason just talked about on that hydrograph. And here we've got two distinct categories of work. One is non-regulatory groundwater action, and that's in blue on the left-hand side of this figure. And in green, we have regulatory groundwater actions. And I'll call out that in this grayish, brownish color, we've got data collection and analysis, and then we've got this ampersand. And the ampersand is doing a lot of heavy lifting, as was called out by the RAC, in that the regulatory groundwater actions and the non-regulatory groundwater actions really have to work together to achieve this goal, and each side informs the other. And so the work we do from a regulatory perspective really impacts the work that is happening from a non-regulatory perspective, and the work that happens on the non-regulatory side to reduce use is able to inform the process of regulatory action. And so from a non-regulatory perspective, we'll talk through voluntary agreements, the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, also called CREP, the place-based planning work that's been going on, and then the Harney Domestic Well Remediation Fund. And on the regulatory side, I'm going to talk through the Division 512 rulemaking process, which is in process and has been since April of last year. And in that, we're talking about the critical groundwater area designation, a serious water management problem area designation, and then also expanding the current classification of water within that basin. And then the last piece we'll talk about is regulation and enforcement. So if we go to the next slide, I want to really dig into the regulatory actions. But before I do that, on the next slide, I want to talk about some of that data collection and analysis. So in order to inform our decision making in all aspects, both regulatory and voluntary, we need to maintain consistent and long-term static groundwater level data sets. We need to understand what is happening with groundwater and what those trends look like. And then we also need to evaluate our climatic and seasonal impacts and how those are affecting, long-term groundwater level trends. And so here's a picture of Darek Boschman. He's our lead hydrogeologist for the Harney Basin. He's been working there for years and has been instrumental in helping us, build that groundwater level data set. And so he's out in the field on a quarterly basis collecting measurements. In many of our OBS wells, we have pressure transducers, which gather data on a hourly basis generally. And then the last piece we have is our permit condition static water level measurements. So many permits have a requirement to submit an annual March measurement. And we're doing our best to modernize that program and speed the rate at which we get that data added into our database so that we can have this long-term data collection and data record available to us for informing our decision-making. So if we go to the next slide, I want to talk about regulation enforcement. So this was in the bottom right on that figure I showed previously. And regulation enforcement, what we're talking about here is enforcing the rules that are already on the books. So in this case, we've heard calls from the community in the Harney Basin for the department to go through and enforce on existing permit conditions through increased monitoring. So some permits have what are called decline conditions. So if groundwater levels in the well that's authorized on that permit decline past a certain point, they're to cease or reduce use. And so what does it look like for us to enforce on that? The department's really working through the challenges of making that enforcement a reality. Part of that is working to set reference levels on those permits. So in order to understand how much decline has occurred in a well, you have to have a level that you reference in order to do that calculation. Have you exceeded 15 feet or 25 feet of decline in that well? So we have to establish those. And we've been working diligently to do that. And I believe we're down to only 10 or 11 permits left out of about 115 that we had to address. And that's like 450 wells we had to individually analyze and set a reference level for. And then we're continuing to monitor for an address unauthorized use. So Jason and his Watermaster staff from our field services division are focused on understanding where unauthorized use is occurring and then addressing that rapidly to make sure that only authorized use is occurring within the basin. And then the last piece we're doing is we're trying to use OpenET data. So this is satellite-based evapotranspiration data to better understand water use throughout the entire basin. And we've been working to update our water use estimates that were last updated in 2018 as part of the groundwater study. We're trying to update those through 2023 so that we can have an understanding of how conditions are changing over time. And then, so those are the things we're working on actively that we can do right now without any sort of rulemaking to authorize additional action. And if we go to the next slide, then I want to talk through what the groundwater control tools are that we're talking about using in this Division 512 rulemaking. So here, we've got 3 key tools, as I called out. One is the classification of water. So that manages future new groundwater uses. And we're proposing to classify for exempt uses only. So this would restrict allocation within the area that we classify. Currently, the Greater Harney Valley groundwater area of concern is classified for exempt uses only. And what we're talking about doing is expanding that boundary wider to consume more of the, or to cover more of the Harney Basin, and to protect really the recharge areas of the basin, which are generally the uplands. The second piece we're talking about implementing is a serious water management problem area. And what this does is it allows the department to require measurement and reporting on groundwater points of diversion or points of appropriation, wells, essentially. And the purpose of this is, one, to get better data, more accurate data surrounding actual water use in the basin. But second, it's an accountability tool. So any changes we make in groundwater use, we want to be able to enforce those and ensure that people are abiding by the limits of their groundwater rights. And then the last piece we're talking about is groundwater, critical groundwater area designation. And a critical groundwater area designation allows the department, through an order of the commission, to control current groundwater use. So existing groundwater permits and potentially limit those or the use of those to reduce water use through a regulatory fashion. And so those are the conversations we're having with the RAC. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Kelly to talk about how that RAC process has been going and to explain what we've heard there.
Thank you, Tim. Commission, for the record, my name is Kelly Mines. I'm the water policy analyst / rural writing coordinator, heading this Division 512 rulemaking update. And so right now I kind of want to, before we can get into this slide, kind of provide context around this slide. During our March 6th RAC, we heard a lot of really good feedback from both the community and from the RAC members, really around kind of the process that we're going through, and kind of expressing concern that they feel like we were just talking at them and not really having conversations with them. And so we decided internally to take about a 2-month break from our March 6th RAC and really to step back and evaluate the Harney Basin groundwater portfolio, what Tim was just talking about, as a whole, and then kind of work our way down and focus on the Division 512 process and kind of evaluate how are we going to be doing this rulemaking going forward. And so these are the comments that we were really focusing on and what we heard. Okay, so these first 2 comments here on the top here, different levels of understanding around Harney groundwater situation. And what that means is that now that OWRD has a proposed plan, one of the proposed plans anyways, I should say, we are finding that a lot of community members are getting active with this process and have a lot of questions. And there is a different level of understanding of the groundwater situation. And so going into that second point here is that we've heard comments that it's both that the community and the department needs to plan on how to bring those folks along with the process. And that's certainly a challenge, right? And then so the next one is that the pace of our rulemaking is too quick, and then our other initiatives for groundwater are too slow. And in March 6th, we would have on that current plan, that previous plan, we had one more RAC after that. And really, I believe this comment comes from, they just felt like we haven't had all the conversations yet, right? The second comment we received is that we had received a bunch of questions, written comments, questions from RAC members, and that the department hasn't answered those yet or taken time to answer those yet. And then there was also kind of a request to identify what is the statutory requirements. So this is kind of going to those tools that Tim just talked about, the classification, the serious water management problem area, and the critical groundwater area. And then what are the policy decisions around those statutory requirements? And really, where can the RAC have input? And then there was also a request to produce the Division 10 groundwater report. And what that is it's a requirement for our Division 10 rules, and it's really a report characterizing the groundwater reservoir, the criteria that is being met in that reservoir that we can designate a critical groundwater area, and then the proposed tools that we think will correct the problem. And so there was a request to publish that report, publish the draft report, and as well as identify how and when the USGS Harney Basin groundwater model will be used and if it will be used during the rulemaking process. So our next kind of slide here is how we are addressing those comments after our 2-month period. So first, to address that we're moving too quickly, we have added additional racks, and our last rack will be January 2025. As far as the questions, we asked the RAC and committee members to submit additional questions over that 2-month period, and received a total of about 52 different questions. And this last coming RAC on May 30th, we provided answers to about 22 of those questions. And the upcoming June 27th meeting, we plan on starting to go through those questions and having those conversations. We also prepared a draft document that really identifies what is statute, what are the policy decisions that we need to make around the statute, and where we really need RAC input for those policy decisions. And then during our last RAC meeting on May 30th, we had, I would say, about an hour-long conversation. It was a roundtable conversation about how can we bring those who are now just getting into the process kind of up to speed with their knowledge? How can RAC members, who there are about, I think, 12 of them who participated in the Groundwater Advisory Committee study meeting, how can we the department empower them and others in the community to share their knowledge? Because we believe that it's one thing if the department comes and does a public hearing, but it's another thing to hear it from your neighbors, and those neighbors share with their neighbors to really empower that community, to bring them all along with the process. And so we had a really good conversation our last RAC, and we'll continue to be having those conversations. We are going to be publishing that draft Division 10 groundwater report. We're targeting next week. And then from there, we'll be doing the coordination and engagement with the affected local governments, as well as the affected federally recognized tribes. And then as far as the USGS model goes, it was published. What we're going to do with that is that in a upcoming RAC, we are going to work with the RAC to develop management scenarios that meet certain goals. And then we're going to run those management scenarios in the USGS model, come back to them, and then have a conversation on which management scenario is going to work best for both the department and for the RAC. And from there, we go and actually start writing the rules. So some of those topics that we need to kind of cover going forward. One is what is the goal for groundwater levels in Harney Basin? And really, should it be for recovery? Should it be for stabilizing groundwater levels? And within the stabilizing groundwater levels conversation, should we allow for some sort of managed decline as we slowly implement reduction in groundwater use. And then we also, as I said before, need to talk about these modeled management scenarios, kind of working with the RAC to develop. We're targeting 4 management scenarios to run through that USGS model. And as part of both the model management scenario and the goal for groundwater levels in the Harney Basin, it's really the timing of implementation and allocation of the permissible total of withdrawal. And the permissible total of withdrawal is simply just the volume of water that we're allowed to be pumped after we go through contested case processes and do orders. Other conversations, as Tim pointed out with our tools, is that we need to have conversations around what are the allowed uses of water within the proposed classification boundary, and then also conversations around the measuring and reporting of groundwater use. And another kind of big item here is the voluntary agreements guidelines for Harney Basin. So what is it that the community need to hit the goals that the community needs to meet to have a successful voluntary agreement? And then these last two, one is the physical impact statement, which is kind of required by the Oregon Administrative Laws, and then as well as discussing draft rule language. That draft rule language is on the bottom of that of this list, because really we need to have all of these conversations, and then once we have these conversations, it's going to filter down into actual rule language. And really we're trying to, at the bottom here, we talk about the IEP2 spectrum, which is really just a public engagement spectrum. And as we go through this process, we're really looking to consult and involve with the RAC, take their input. Once we receive their input and we'll consider that input, then we'll come back to them and say, okay, this is what we heard. This is why we did not do that. And that's just kind of one aspect of the IEP2 spectrum. So next, we're going to kind of get into the non-regulatory actions here. So this is on the left side of that diagram that Tim was talking about, the blue part of that diagram. So the first big one is the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative. So since 2016, the department has been actively supporting this collaborative through both financial and technical assistance. And then actually in June of 2023, the collab presented to this commission on their groundwater portion of their plan. They are now working on their surface water planning phase. And we will continue, our field staff and groundwater staff continue to support the collaborative through that surface water planning phase. And we'll continue to find ways to support the collaborative implementing strategies. So kind of examples of how we are supporting them. And we gave a presentation to the collaborative. I believe it was Justin Iverson and Alexandria Scott gave a presentation to the collaborative on aquifer storage and recharge, and also artificial recharge consideration presentations in March in 2024. We also, during our March 6th RAC, we invited the collaborative, Holly, to come and give a presentation to the RAC, kind of highlighting where there is overlap between the Division 512 rules and the collaborative's recommendations in groundwater. And that's really kind of highlighting the ampersands in that diagram, right? It's doing a lot of lifting. All of these pieces, both regulatory and non-regulatory, they all work together. And then so that's one piece. We have the collaborative. The next one is the Harney Domestic Well Remediation Fund. And what this does is provides financial assistance for replacing, repairing, or deepening domestic personal wells within the greater Harney Valley groundwater area of concern. So that was that hatched boundary that Jason highlighted earlier in the meeting. It's just an administrative boundary that was established during our 2016 rulemaking. So we're prioritizing grants for wells owned by or serving persons of lower to moderate income, and then based on the severity of changes and declines in the groundwater area. Our first grant solicitation closed May 31st, 2024. And we are currently reviewing those applications. for completeness and prioritization. So now I'm actually going to go ahead and throw it back to Jason.
All right, once again, Chair Quimps, members of the commission, Jason Spree, East Region Manager. So one of the items that we are working on, and Tim mentioned earlier, is the CREP program. The CREP program for the Harney Basin, the groundwater CREP program, is real similar to CREP programs for other areas, only this one's focuses specifically on groundwater. And generally, landowners are paid to voluntarily cancel their water rights, their groundwater rights, when they enroll in the program. And then based on FSA evaluation of their application, a cover crop can then be established that might allow for some future grazing on that land at some point in the future. Also, FSA, when I say FSA, I mean Farm Services Administration, federal government, has completed the CREP handbook for Oregon to include the Harney program, and is also currently in development of a fact sheet. And then on our side of the program, Graham Thomas, who is our lead for CREP in the Harney Basin, is doing some finalizing on our end of the contract for the CREP program. And we really could be working on signups right now. We just have some tying up of loose ends to do with our contract, our side of the agreement for interested landowners, but we will be signing up interested folks, or we'll be able to this summer on that program. Next slide, Kelly, please. As was mentioned earlier, we talked a little bit about voluntary agreements. This is an excellent opportunity for the community to develop some of their own management in the basin. And so we are currently working on guidance internally for these voluntary agreements. And 512 RAC will be discussing some permissible total withdrawal and other aspects of the 512 rules that will encourage, hopefully, some voluntary agreements to be drafted in those areas where we have some declines, and wherever folks want to get into some groundwater conservation and reducing some use there through those mechanisms. So the users can identify the scope, interest, capacity of developing these voluntary agreements, and the department also has some funding that we can use for the development of voluntary agreements. Hopefully get into that here in the near future. So that is pretty much comes to the end of our presentation. We're happy to take any questions from the commission.
Questions from the commission? Well, thank you all for a great presentation. I know we've reserved some time for some comment from community members on this agenda item. So if there are no questions, we should probably get into that. We have signed up Representative Mark Owens, Lisa Brown of Water Watch, and Brenda Smith from High Desert Partnership. Lisa is a virtual attendee, I think. Grant.
This working.
Okay,
If
yeah,
Lisa wants to go first, that'd be great.
yeah.
Great, thank you.
Wanted to go
Oh.
to Lisa. She's on.
Can you hear us, Lisa? Could you go first, please?
Mhm.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Chair Quemps, members of the commission, for the record, Lisa Brown with Water Watch of Oregon. And by way of introduction on this agenda item, I've been working on Harney Basin groundwater issues since 2014. I've been an active member of the Harney place-based planning process since 2016, where we did spend a lot of time on the groundwater portion of the plan, and now we are deep into the surface water portion. And I was also a member of the 512 RAC for the rules that took effect in 2016, and I'm also a member of the current 512 RAC. I think to kind of build on some of what staff presented, you know, my perspective on the 512 RAC process is that, you know, it could be better served by providing some optional sessions between RAC meetings where people could bring questions and have their questions answered in a kind of a discussion format. I think the department has been transparent with its information and with its process. I think the issues really kind of lie in the reality that there's just a lot of information, and there's a lot of really complex information, you know, starting really before the groundwater study, USGS groundwater study, and then some of the more recent information developed by the department. And then now we have the USGS numerical model where you can run scenarios of pumping. So there's a lot of information, and it is very complex, and keeping up with it really takes a lot of effort and may really require some added discussion sessions. You know, I do think that, you know, the March meeting, I think there was a lot of pushback really on some of the numbers that would be required for curtailment in the basin. And I just want to sort of point out that really nothing about the need for significant curtailment should really come as a surprise at this point. I mean, OWEB was funding the Harney Basin Watershed Council as early as 2009 to study the groundwater situation and do outreach to landowners. Of course, then we had the 2015 presentation by the department in the basin based on available information at that time, highlighting that the basin was probably over-allocated to the tune of 100,000 acre-feet per year. And then more recently, we had the 2022 USGS study, putting that number closer to 110,000 acre-feet. So very, very close, but a little higher. And, you know, connected with all these studies have been multiple like open houses and key takeaway documents and so forth. And so, you know, there's just a lot of information out there, and I think a need to really focus on how to make sure people are, you know, getting that information and understanding it as they come into these meetings. And so, yeah, so I think on the RAC, you know, we can and should provide input to the department regarding kind of how to best structure the critical groundwater area and achieve stable groundwater levels. And we should have those discussions. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's the department that really has a duty to address the problem, you know, consistent with their authorities. And I think, you know, I do get concerned about delays. And so I think it's, you know, I think it's important to sort of also recognize as we go into this now longer RAC process that there is an urgency to this situation. And, you know, with the level of over-allocation, each year that pumping goes on without any curtailment, you know, just puts us in a deeper hole. And it has, you know, adverse impacts on domestic well owners, which also has a public cost aspect as well with the well remediation funds. It impacts existing groundwater pumpers and it impacts the environment. And so I do get concerned about delay and kind of making sure we keep the process moving along. And in closing, I just want to reiterate that, you know, I think the 512 RAC process has been transparent. I think we could be well served by some additional opportunities to make sure information is being understood and questions are answered. But I am hopeful that we can, after this pause that we had, that we can get the process back on track in a fair and transparent manner. And I'll just leave it there. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa? Okay. Representative Owens.
He always likes to have the last word.
I always like.
Good morning, Chair Quims, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Brenda Smith. And I'm a member of the current Harney Rules Community Committee. As you know, have been deeply involved in the Harney place-based planning effort, as Lisa has. And I'm the director at High Desert Partnership, and we're a nonprofit working in Harney County. The presentation from Jason and Tim and Kelly and the comments from Lisa, I just really want to make the point that, you know, there is a lot of good minds, dedicated minds to this issue that's been going on in Harney County. And it, as much as it's about groundwater, it's also about people. And I think, you know, my life involves people and making sure that voices, as many voices that need to be heard are heard and come to the table. So I've really spent the last 10 years working hard to get people to work together for the betterment of Harney County. And I think actually it has impacts across our entire state. I came to you in March about some concerns about the Rules Advisory Committee. And so I think it's only fair that I am here today to sort of provide where I think we've been since March. So in consideration of those comments, I am thankful and feel that some of our requests that we made in March have been woven into this process. Since that March meeting, we've been working with Oregon Solutions and Oregon Consensus to help design more effective RAC process without compromising what needs to happen. I have been meeting with the department to provide context with concerns that the community is bringing to these RAC meetings so we can have a clearer path forward. To Lisa's point, there is a lot of information, and you know that's as much as anything is this information clearinghouse. But with our most recent meeting on May 30th, with support from Oregon Consensus, we're proposing an additional 5 RAC meetings with a continued facilitation by Bryant Kukuli and also with Oregon Consensus assisting with meeting preparation and materials. We're also proposing that Oregon Consensus is involved in helping OWRD in process, so agenda, materials, actions between, and Lisa said sort of this need to be able to have essentially discussion groups in between RAC meetings so that we're better prepared in the future RAC meetings. So these discussion groups would be open to any RAC members, also bring in possible outside expertise to explore options and other ideas
that, for the policy decisions that need, involvement and collaboration. These groups would be facilitated by Oregon Consensus. And these discussion groups would include a request to provide a summary of what happens in those discussion groups back to the full RAC. So I do believe, and thank you, Commissioner Wolf, for attending our meetings. That was one of our requests, was that Commissioner attend our RAC meetings. So appreciate you being at that meeting. I do believe that these conversations that we've been having, the planning, the preparing, that we were able to create some clarity about what we are trying to accomplish at that May 30th meeting. I think if we can continue to stay the course, we can continue to progress in a much more satisfactory way. So I do just, in closing, want to thank you guys for continuing to be engaged with us in Harney County and sort of charting a new path to have a satisfactory outcome. We do know we have serious issues in Harney Basin. But I do want to be clear that we're not trying to stall or delay the process. We recognize a sense of urgency. But I think if we have a clear process now, we will have a better option and availability for implementation and reduction in actual groundwater use. So thank you all.
Well, thank you for returning again and identifying, what you think is improved and what the outstanding needs are. We appreciate that,
Yeah.
staff.
Okay.
Questions or comments?
A question? Just about the Oregon Solutions. So is Oregon Solutions kind of facilitating the RAC meetings themselves, or these meetings that are kind of outside the?
So you may remember, gosh, it was about a year ago, maybe August of last year. We had requested that these RAC meetings be facilitated. OWRD has contracted with Bryant Kuechly through Oregon Consensus to facilitate the meetings. But we've had additional conversations with Oregon Consensus and Oregon Solutions, and they're going to provide added process support in these in-between times, as well as assisting and supporting Bryant through the rest of the meetings.
And one other, the additional 5 meetings, was it in the same? Where would that take the process to in terms of where in 2025, I assume this would be?
I'm hesitant to say.
Okay.
I mean, I think we know that we need to be working hard, and, we may, is there a possibility of having a meeting one day and then, potentially like 2 meetings a day after each other, whatever. So I'm not necessarily saying that every other month we're going to have, one of those other meetings. So
okay,
trying not to be, we will be finished by this time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, good morning. Thanks for coming to Bend. Good to see you back in Bend. Hope the tour went well. Thanks. Thanks for putting this on the agenda. And thank you for continuing to listen about Harney Basin. This has been a journey of almost a decade that we're still together. This rules is just another chapter in that journey. This journey doesn't end with those rules with this community. When we look at the voluntary actions, we hope we can continue to work with the commission to meet the needs of the state and meet the needs of social, ecological, and economic. I'll briefly go through some of what the department said in their presentation, and then I'll go into more specifics that Brenda did as far as I think what we've reached agreement on and how we'll work together on this in the next period of time. Commissioner Reeves, sorry. When we talked to you in March, I talked about the basin. And I pointed out that the first slide that the department uses in every presentation is Weaver Springs. And it's the most critical area. In my opinion, there's nobody reasonable that could say what's happening in Weaver Springs is acceptable or should not be stopped. The one hydrograph that the department presented to you was of Weaver Springs. And then they talked about conversation is different levels of understanding. The community is not up to speed. Well, those in Weaver Springs know there's a problem. Those in Donner and Blitzen, which I referenced in March, where the water table is only dropping 0.2 feet a year, don't understand that there's a problem. If their well's only gone down 5 foot, they're struggling right now. They're struggling. Why? Why am I a critical groundwater designation? Why will I be listed at PTW? Even if the state says they're not going to go, that's the case. What if somebody else does? So that's why there's not a shared understanding of what's going on in the basin, because of the differences throughout the whole basin. That's what makes it so difficult. So maybe next time when the department presents, we could start with a slide of Donner Blitzen. Because I think we are all painted that the sky is falling. We need to move rapidly, but we also have to have that consideration. Then we talked about the regulatory and non-regulatory. The non-regulatory approaches, volunteer agreements, CREP, place-based planning, domestic well remediation fund. Please remember, those all came from the community. A lot of them in the community, but with partnering with the department through place-based planning. But the Harney Well Remediation Program, place-based planning, reached out to a local legislator and asked, can we get this? Can we work through this? We got it done. And then we handed it to the department. And then it took over a year to get up and going, maybe 2 years. CREP wasn't come from the department. CREP came from place-based planning, came from the community. Ken Burley worked on the federal, worked on FSA, multiple meetings. The department supported that. And the department still does, but that came from the community. Place-based planning, great partnership with the community and the department. Has the funding, a lot of the funding came from the department? Yeah, but probably only 20% of the funding has come from the department. The rest of the funding has come from philanthropic. The rest of the funding has came from a lot of people working together. So when we look at voluntary actions, without bringing the community along, all we're left with is regulatory. And that's why we're still having this discussion. We got to come along to make sure that those can work together. Another thing I brought up in March is we're concerned and still concerned that the sideboards of the rules could limit the possibilities of volunteer agreements and reaching reasonably stable. So it's gonna be a balancing game. It is. My notes, I have to write them real big anymore. That's how bad my eyes are getting. The only last thing I would say in the presentation, going back to that interaction between community and regulation, is in 2023, we threw a bill that talked about volunteer agreements. And we were trying to make it statewide, try to figure out how to support those conversations of volunteer agreements. We got pushback. We got pushback from stakeholders, and we actually trimmed that bill down to where it specifically says the department shall work with the county and Harney County to develop volunteer agreements. That's still our goal. But the first portion of the slide says Oregon Water Resources Department will develop guidelines. Oregon Water Resources needs to develop guidelines with the community. If we put us in a box before we start volunteer agreements, we won't be successful. And you guys know there's never been a successful volunteer agreement in the state of Oregon. And it's the only other non-regulatory approach in which the department can work with the community to come to reasonably stable water levels. All right, so where we're at, we're in a lot better spot than we were in March. I support what Brenda says. I support what Lisa says. We are moving forward. I had caution up until even a week before on May 30th, because the agenda that came out was not what I had felt that we had agreed on. I know we probably had 20 hours of meetings with the governor's office, Oregon Consensus, Director Woodcock, potential incoming director, Mr. Gall, and we brought it together by May 30th. They literally met for, I think, 3 to 4 hours the day before to get an agenda that did not cause more distrust in the community so that we can go forward. So we're getting there. We are. Do we need Oregon consensus involvement? Yes. Do we need Oregon consensus involvement in actually working with Iraq meetings and facilitating those? Yes. Do we need Oregon's consensus with some, smart people to help those task force meetings or outside meetings? We do. And I know that Oregon consensus is asking the department for those funds right now. So I'd encourage you to talk to the agency and support that if you can. Cautionary note is I'm still, this is new. This is new for a regulatory agency in Oregon. It is. And it's difficult. And rulemakings don't normally affect past use. Rulemakings normally affect what could happen in the future, like the groundwater allocation rulemaking. So this rulemaking, in my opinion, has a lot of deep impact on that community. Where we talked in March where people are going to go bankrupt. Kids aren't going to be in our schools. Tax base is going to go down. That's a reality. And that's why this rulemaking needs a special touch. Because it does have a direct impact on livelihoods that are established and economic positions that are established. And it has a direct impact on ecology too, and the social structure. So is the department saying they will support this with us? Yeah, they are. Are we going to continue to have to work together to shepherd this with Oregon consensus, the governor's office, the Department of Community? We are. Are we going to stumble a few more times in the next year? Yeah, we are. It's okay. That's how we learn. As long as we all keep an open mind of what we learn. A couple of things when the department talks about inform, consult, involve, collaborate, empower. And the department says we can be in that consultant and involved. Involves probably a little bit more than what the department likes to go to in a rules. Understand that. But there is a, ORS 183.502. 183.502 that talks about the authority of agencies to use alternative methods of dispute, which allows them to go all the way to collaborate. So it's not statutory that they can't even go past involved. And I said in the RAC meeting, I'll say it again, my job is to continue to push that past and evolve because of the voluntary actions we got to bring the community along. Otherwise, all we do is regulate. The last statute that we'll keep bringing up is ORS 183.333, public involvement in development of policy and drafting rules. Division 10 kind of got there. Division 10 says you got to make that groundwater report. You got to consult with tribes and counties before you start. But there's a little subsection in Division 10 that excluded Harney Basin from that because we were in the process. So the department says they're coming up with that groundwater, got to do that. So we appreciate that. But there is also opportunity once the draft rules are done to make sure we got things right. All this is just trying to figure out how we can continue to push the department, governor's office, and the community to work together. But right now it's looking better.
Good. Any questions or comments?
We have time for one? Excuse me. I'm not sure, Mark, I'm not sure I get, you've mentioned a couple times that the sideboards on the rule, you're worried sideboards on the rules are gonna negatively impact the ability to do voluntary agreements. And maybe that's too complicated to talk about now, but I'm not sure I understand that.
Yeah, I can be real simple and sometimes my perception is different in reality, so we'll say that. But the framework now divided the basin into 15 areas. And Division 10 says you may put down a permissible total withdrawal rules. Don't have to. The department took in moving forward to that they're going to list the permissible total withdrawal in those basins. But some of them, they weren't going to move forward to a contested case. And in some of the draft rules, we saw that the aspiration of the department was to move forward with a PTW in 1 to 3 years. So to me, you set something in rules that might be an expectation of some of those that live outside of the basin in Oregon that PTW will be fully enforced within 3 years. that's not gonna work in a volunteer. You're not gonna be able to work with the community in some of those areas that are looking at an 82% reduction from 2018 use in 3 years. So putting strong numbers in rules, I think, could cause litigation to push forward to meet those PTW. And it's taken us 30 years to get here.
Mhm.
We need 30 years to get out. You guys are gonna decide that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had the exact same question. I wanted examples of it. That's one example. Can you give it?
Let's give another. Challenge me, Joe. Challenge me. So through the collaborative process, we hired some outside contractors, brought people in and talked about water market. We used Diamond Valley in Nevada as an example, where they, through their state, have to get to, I'm not gonna say, Zach would know a lot better the terminology, but they gotta get to similar, stable, reasonably stable, okay? And when you divide the basin into 15 sub areas, the ability to do a large scale water market really diminishes. Because you can't do the transfers, you can't incentivize the senior water right over, you can't. So you're looking at a very small area to try to do some very creative stuff and it kind of collapses. If your goal is to try to bring the whole basin or the hydrological basin into balance, you need bigger areas. Jerry Grondin actually said, I think in RAC 3 or 4, that the 15 sub-basin approach would not meet the needs of bringing the hydrological basins into balance. But they would give us the biggest bang for the buck because we could start to arrest some of the significantly declining areas. When I say significantly declining, besides Weaver Springs, some of those areas we're looking at 1/2 foot. Okay. But so that's to me part of the rules. If we checkerboard the basin, we take some of the creativity out.
So I'm gonna push back.
Okay.
Because I don't know. And I would like to understand. So what it sounds, one way that I'm hearing that is if we are characterizing the basin, we have to subdivide it we have to characterize it in some way. One choice is to characterize it and a choice is being made to characterize it in these subbasins. But then it sounds like a pretty critical thing is that characterization precludes creative moves, trades, whatever across those 15. Is that true? Is that, or is that a perception that it's just gonna be harder? Or by rule, by characterizing those and maybe this is a question for staff. I think something like that's critical because our, thank you for the honesty that I share. My sense of reality is way off sometimes. And I think under pressure. So is that true? If we characterize as we went forward now, is there anybody that can address that? Does it preclude creativity just by slicing and dicing one way versus another?
Joe, Commissioner Moll, if I could actually give my answer before we look at the department. So I think there's some terminology too here. We got to be specific. When most people talk about a sub area, some of us go, that's a sub basin, that's a hydro. But this is, I call them 15 administrative areas. So there's like 9 of them in one Huck 8 watershed. My understanding is that you're trying to focus with a razor as a department to say, or scalpel to limit water quicker to stop that declining groundwater. You're not going to allow transfers into them. So I do believe by cutting the basin up, you're not going to allow those transfers because then it's not meeting your goal. Potentially, but.
Right, Zach, you want?
So if I can weigh in just a little bit here. So the concept of breaking this up into smaller sub-basins here, because they have different characteristics, different rates of decline. They're going to need different attention with regards to the speed with which we look at those reductions to try to arrest or slow down those declines. And a concern, the flip side of the concern of doing a lot of small subbasins and doing something much larger is in order to accommodate that arrest, there's the potential of reducing use from wells that are not having the greatest impact in that area of concern. So it is really desperatizing. It's the groundwater modeling term, getting things down to a smaller area where you can focus your attention in. And as Mark has pointed out, there may be some impacts with regards to how water gets moved around. Do you want to move water into one of these areas and have a new use where you're trying to arrest uses? There's a lot of detail in all of that that I don't know that we fully understand right now, but I think the questions are fair. I think they're fair to raise and make sure that we're moving forward with our eyes wide open. So I appreciate the conversation, Mark. And I see that Tim has his hand up. So Tim can jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Chair Quimps, members of the commission. I completely agree with what Doug said there. And I agree with Mark's assessment that our rules may limit voluntary agreements, and we need to be careful about how we implement them. As Doug was saying, subareas and smaller subareas specifically allow us to group wells together that have similar responses or see similar responses in regards to pumping. And the benefit there, and on a timely scale, on a shorter time scale than say larger sub areas would have. And that's really what I want to highlight here, is that the timing of impacts is important. And so we talk about Weaver Springs a lot, and that's because it's a really confined space in which pumping has immediate impacts on that entire area. And those impacts then don't cascade out because of the subsurface materials, don't cascade out beyond that area in a timely fashion. It takes years, potentially decades or even longer for those impacts to be felt in other areas. So if we shut off wells outside the Weaver Springs area and don't shut off wells inside the Weaver Springs area, the time to impact, right, of that curtailment will be significant, and it won't have an effect on that area. And so that's part of why we want to figure out how to target that regulation effectively. Now, as Mark said, when it comes to voluntary agreements, if we restrict down to just within a sub area, you're reducing the number of users within that area that could participate in that voluntary agreement, and you're reducing the ability of those people to be flexible. And so what we're having to do is balance the desire for flexibility with the need for targeted changes in use in order to arrest declines in those areas. And it's obviously very complicated. And we're trying to dig into that and help explain that. And we will absolutely continue the conversations with the RAC and make sure that we're doing our best to achieve our goals while also allowing voluntary agreements to be as successful as possible, because voluntary action is the swiftest way to reductions here, in my personal opinion.
Here, Quince, Commissioner Reeves or Mole, could I ask Zach to talk about the potential of the model and helping to draft some of these sub areas? Thanks, Zach.
If we can have him go up, that would help.
I asked him if he was gonna provide comment. I think he told me maybe.
The word I used is actually no.
Chair Quimps, commissioners, for the record, Zach Freed with the Nature Conservancy, been participating in the rulemaking in the Harney Basin and the collaborative work in the Harney Basin. One thing that was mentioned here is the USGS numerical model, which I think is a powerful tool that can help us visualize and understand the different types of scenarios we have available to us to reduce groundwater pumping in certain areas. What do those impacts look like spatially? How long do those impacts take to manifest, like Tim was just saying? These are questions that we now have a tool that can help us address that and answer that. And I think that opens up a valuable path for communication between the rulemaking committee, the community in the Harney Basin, and the Water Resources Department. And I'm really happy that one of the changes we heard in the recent May meeting of the Harney Basin Rulemaking Committee was that the department does intend, as we heard, to run several different scenarios to help facilitate the conversations between those three pieces of the puzzle: the community, the RAC committee, and the department. So I think that's going to be a valuable tool. I think that we will need to have community input and the RAC committee to provide input on what some of those scenarios might look like. But I think that might open up and help answer some of the questions about what are the costs and benefits of subdividing the basin into different sets of chunks, and what does that look like?
We heard 10, right?
The department said they would run 20 models.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought.
I'm just kidding.
So, yeah, it's very, it takes a lot to run a model. It does. So I mean, there's gonna be limitations on what we can run. Great.
Can I just add about the sort of that cost benefit piece, right? And sort of that people piece that we never really know, but and this fine balancing act that we have to go through is that the perception of people to work together and actually make differences, if they are feeling that they can't make that difference, then they're out, right? And that's that sub area conversation that, do we really know? Maybe we don't, but my perception is when people don't think that they have a way to work anymore in a creative way, and they just like go to the rules, then we're out and we're drawn in the sand and not gonna work anymore. So
Well,
you never have that, like those numbers you just don't have, but you've been working with the community for a long time. So you have that sense that, are they going to be in or out? So.
well, thank you. It sounds to me like, additional tools have been developed in terms of the numeric model. The questions are being focused on terms of these areas, how many, size of them, how they affect stability in terms of voluntary agreements, and additional time is being provided through the RAC process. Answer these questions, and overall, it sounds like progress is being made, and we appreciate you taking the time to come here today and share that progress and the outstanding concerns.
Yeah.
I think we should take a minute break.
Thank you.
In 15. Thank you. Move on to agenda item K, which is a critical groundwater area 3-year review from Justin Iverson.
Okay. Chair Quims, members of the commission, good morning still. My name is Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the department, and I will be sharing with you a recurring update on critical groundwater areas throughout the state. And I will see if I can share some slides here. All right, there we go. I can see them up now. Oh, except that's the wrong set of slides. Should only have one item open at a time. Let's try this one instead. Okay, item J, critical groundwater area review. This is a standard update that I provide every 3 years. So presented something similar to the commission in 2021 and also in 2018. Going to try and keep this short and get us a little bit more back on schedule, especially since some of this background material that I have you just heard about with respect to the Harney Basin critical groundwater area rulemaking that's ongoing. I am going to focus on discussing 2 critical groundwater area examples and kind of relate that in general to what we see in the other 5 critical areas. But I'll just note that there's a couple-page summary as well as charts and graphs in Appendix A, or the Attachment A, to the Commission staff report on this item. So that information is there for you to browse if you're interested. So the reason that we come back every 3 years is to comply with this statute, which is also just a good idea to keep our current critical area conditions in front of the commission every once in a while. And so we're required, or the commission's required, to review any rule that restricts groundwater use in an area at least every 3 years. And the process should include a public notice and opportunity to comment, which we wrap all into this commission item. So real briefly, to put critical groundwater areas in context, they are potentially the most restrictive tool that we have of these various tools that are all implemented through rulemaking in the Basin Program rules. So just real briefly, going from perhaps least imposing to most, those tools include groundwater mitigation area. We've got just one of those that's in the Deschutes Basin where you are now, which requires new groundwater uses to mitigate for their impacts to the state scenic waterways that are hydraulically connected to groundwater. Next on the list is a classification of water. So in Basin Program rules, the Commission may designate certain uses as being allowable or not. The last 2 that the Commission adopted in the Harney Basin and the Walla Walla Basin both classified for exempt uses only. So that essentially stopped future allocation of new water rights in those areas. But in the past, there have been other types of classifications, and I'll point out in the Willamette Basin, there are these areas that are called in rule groundwater limited areas. Those are really just a flavor of classification where, for example, some Columbia River basalt aquifers that are prone to overdraft were proactively classified to require, for example, drip irrigation or more efficient. So those are other types of classifications that have occurred in the past. Next item on the list, the serious water management problem area requires or can require or allow the department to require measuring devices and water use reporting, and that does have a backward-looking component where the department can require use and reporting on existing water rights that don't have that measurement and reporting condition in their permit language. And then,
Justin?
yeah, go
Excuse
ahead.
me? Are you supposed to be advancing slides?
Oh my. Yes, I am. They're advancing right here.
That was a very long introduction.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you for catching that.
Following. Okay.
And well, let's see. You'll have to bear with me real quick as I rectify that situation. So let me stop sharing.
Well,
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it was so engaging. Okay.
And yeah.
All right. One more moment and I should have this.
Would you like us to advance the slides for you?
You know what? I was shortening this up on the fly because I knew we were short on time. So while I realize I'm taking more time at the moment, I am hoping that in the end, this is going to result in a little bit shorter process. Okay, so one more moment. I will share again here. And let's see what happens now. All right, there was my overview. There was the reference of the statute. And I was talking to this table and was just down to the bottom on the critical groundwater areas. And so assuming that we're all good on that my description matched the slides, I'll just keep moving and show perhaps the most important graphic to have had up there, which is the map of all these groundwater administrative areas. Again, I'll point out that the green classified and the blue limited are essentially the same thing in rule. Those are both flavors of classified areas. The groundwater mitigation area in the Deschutes Basin is shown there in brown. And I'm going to be focusing the rest of the presentation on the critical groundwater areas. There's 7 in the state. I'm going to give examples here in Cooper Bowl Mountain on the west and the Echo Junction areas here in the Umatilla Basin, and I'll relate those to the Dalles you can see in the north central part of the state. In that pink blob in the Umatilla, there's also the Ordnance Basalt, Ordnance Gravel, Stage Gulch critical area, and then over on the east side, we've got the Cow Valley critical area. All right, so with that first critical area I'm going to talk a bit more about, again, is Cooper Bowl Mountain critical area. This is a basalt upland in the Portland metro area that saw significant groundwater development in the 1950s and 60s, primarily for municipal use. And that relatively rapidly resulted in overappropriation and water levels falling. So there's a hydrograph of a representative well for the basin that goes back to the mid-60s. Development started before we were taking these water levels, so you can kind of, in your imagination, extend that water level trend kind of back in time and upward toward the surface there. Again, mostly municipal development in response to rapid residential growth out into the Tualatin Basin. Declines were first noted in the 50s. And I think that the municipalities, it's apparent, were aware of this as the critical area was being established from the late 60s into the 70s, and they had already started to make some changes such that when the critical area was established in 1974, they were able to relatively rapidly switch to other sources. And so the municipalities and water districts that were pumping groundwater started to import water from Tualatin Basin, from Scoggins Reservoir, from the Sandy and the Bull Run area, and also from the Clackamas. So surface water imports from other areas helped to reduce groundwater use pretty significantly. And then running up to relatively recently, 2010s and beyond, with the development of aquifer storage and recovery projects by Tualatin Valley Water District, City of Beaverton, we saw that water levels, at least seasonally, came up to, at least historic, if not above, during the winter months. And that water's pumped back out to help those two entities meet their peak summer demands seasonally. And so we see in this case that the authorized water rights were in excess of the sustainable yield of the system. And today they're largely unused. The dominantly municipal users in the area had reduced their use by developing pipelines to import surface water supplies through interties with other systems and other districts. And aquifer storage and recovery projects have restored the winter water levels to artesian conditions in some places. We've seen similar responses in the Dalles critical area, where water levels recovered due to reduced pumping and the development of alternate surface water supplies, and all similarly in the Ordnance Gravel critical area, where water levels have stabilized with the implementation of the County Line artificial recharge project. Moving on to the second example for today, the Butter Creek critical groundwater area. Sorry, I think I erroneously called it Echo Junction earlier. That's one of the sub areas here. This area and the surrounding critical areas here in the Ordnance Basalt and Stage Gulch Basalt really started to see groundwater level declines due to development of irrigation projects that focused on groundwater sources, which really increased relatively rapidly in the 1960s through the late 70s. That was increase in hard rock drilling technology, pumping technology, and just the recognition that these deep basalt aquifers could provide a pretty large rate of groundwater flow to wells. But then a little after the fact, we realized those basalt aquifers also had very or relatively little storage. And so again, I have a series of longer term hydrographs. None of them, unfortunately, go back to the period of pre-development. So again, in your mind's eye, you'll have to extend off the upper left-hand side of all these graphs, the trend lines that you see there. And similarly to what we were just talking about for the Harney Basin, the department at the time broke up these larger critical areas into sub areas where we grouped wells that, to the best of our understanding at the time, all acted in similar manners. And so most wells in, for example, here, the Pine City sub area should have relatively similar trends. And in this case, where we established a critical area and reduced pumping, we see a diminishment of the rate of decline, but we haven't completely arrested the rate of decline. So we allocate groundwater to the most senior users up to a annual volume that's termed the sustainable annual yield in rural. In this case, it it appears that the sustainable annual yield isn't quite appropriate because we've seen still relatively steady declines, albeit slower than what they used to be. That's not the case in all the sub areas. We have some examples where water levels have continued to decline almost as much as they had in the past. And we've got examples where water levels have appeared to started to stabilize, at least in recent years. So this last example is the Echo Junction subarea where critical area was established, and we've also seen a few agricultural ASR projects be developed. I'll contrast this a bit with the ordnance gravel, where they put a good chunk of water in and they take out perhaps most of it, but some proportion stays in the ground. These ASR projects are really operated as seasonal storage to support maximization of crop yield and haven't led to any recovery. So in general, in the Butter Creek critical area, again, we manage this actively with annual allocations to senior users that total roughly 14,000 acre feet. There are approximately 63,000 acre feet worth of junior water rights that are not able to be exercised and haven't been able to be exercised for some decades. And in these areas where that sustainable annual yield, again, set on best available information at the time, isn't quite right, we're likely to continue to see groundwater level declines until and unless those sustainable annual yield values, and perhaps in some cases the sub-area boundaries, are reevaluated. I'll say that we see similar activity or similar responses in the other three Columbia River basalt critical areas in the Umatilla, so also Stage Gulch and Ordnance, which are all contiguous there, and also in Cow Valley, where the critical area showed some recovery during some wet years in the 80s, but has continued to show decline since the early 1990s. So in summary, and bringing us back around to this 3-year review, the positive outcomes we've seen with critical area designations to date have been associated with development of alternate surface water sources in some areas, coupled with significant artificial recharge projects. While we've made progress in many areas, I'll note that critical area designations don't remove water rights from the book. So we can curtail use, but we don't actually cancel the rights. So in the absence of these programs, those rights could potentially be valid in the future, either if we see water level recovery or if the rules were to be changed. And therefore, with respect to the commission reviewing the rules, the department recommends that we maintain the existing controls, that as resources allow, we reevaluate controls in areas where groundwater levels have continued to decline, and that we continue to work to establish a framework for voluntary agreements that can create some additional or alternate controls. So with that, I will finish us up, and I'm happy to answer any questions folks might have.
Thank you for the presentation, Justin, and for kind of abbreviating it and helping us catch up on our agenda schedule here. Just have questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Moll?
I have a question. Thanks, Justin. As resources allow, can you say what that means? I mean, I assume you mean budget and FTE. I'm hoping that the last couple of years of federal pass-through and such has perhaps helped some with that, but can you give us a sense of what that number or numbers or what elements of resources are lacking?
I don't know that I can put a number on it. I'll rephrase that to say we've been aware of and monitoring the conditions in the existing critical areas for decades. And the department we have to prioritize the work that we do, and we've quite a while ago chosen to focus on areas that don't have controls but need them, and put our efforts into the rulemaking, for example, in the Harney Basin, as you just heard about in the last agenda item, before we spend effort going back to areas where we have controls that have proven to be imperfect, but have improved the situation. So that's what I've meant by that, is we've got to prioritize, areas with no controls that need them over revisiting those that need to be adjusted.
Thank you. That's helpful.
The questions or comments? Well, thank you for the report, Justin, and I think we'll move on to the next agenda item.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Chair Quimps.
I was going to say, agenda item K, groundwater allocation rulemaking update.
Good morning, Chair Quimps, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Annette Liba. Just wanted to let you know what our plan is for today. And I want to introduce the staff that have been working on this project. So in addition to Justin Iverson, the groundwater section manager, who is going to give a short update, and then we've reserved the most of the time for you to hear from the public. I also want to acknowledge the work of Laura Hart, who's our rules coordinator, policy analyst, Ben Scandella, who's our data scientist, and Travis Bantfrown, who is the senior hydrogeologist working on this project. So again, Justin's going to give a short overview, and then after you hear from the public, I would like you to come back to me because I have a couple closing comments I'd like to make. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Justin.
Okay. Hello again. For the record, Justin Iverson, groundwater section manager at the department. I believe I can see that we're now showing item K, groundwater allocation rulemaking update. This is, as Annette just prefaced, a real short set of slides. I believe everybody has seen each of these slides at least once, and really we just want to give a real brief reminder of the rulemaking ahead of discussion and hearing other public comments. So this is probably the most shown slide I've had in any of my presentations over the last couple of years. Reminder of the objective of the rulemaking, which was or is to update our groundwater allocation rules to be more sustainable and protective of existing water right holders, both in stream and out of stream. I'll note that aligns with our IWRS recommended actions 10G to strengthen water quantity and water quality permitting programs, as well as 11E to develop additional groundwater protections. So again, gonna give a real brief background, gonna focus on the two key issues of this rulemaking and talk briefly about the implications and our next steps. So as has been presented previously, we are seeing indications of overappropriation around the state. And some of the impacts that come with that are the drying up of wells or increasing pumping costs, where groundwater is hydraulically connected to and supports stream flow. That can reduce stream flow. Both of those things can lead to curtailment of rights that people have invested in, as well as to deterioration of water quality. So all those are undesirable, and really the best thing that we can do is avoid creating those problems in the first place, because again, as you heard in the Harney rulemaking agenda item, fixing these is a very long-term, expensive, intensive task. So in looking at how we could update our rules, we focused on just one component of the statutory 4-part test for groundwater allocation, and that is whether or not water is available. The other 3 parts, as well as the public interest criteria, remain as they are today. So quick comparison again of the current rules and the proposed rules. Current rules state that water is available if the requested resource isn't over allocated. So those rules have us allocate new groundwater rights up to the full annual recharge volume of a groundwater body, which, if you recall from past presentations, where recharge comes into the ground, is flowing someplace and supports surface water flow. In theory, we could allocate all that water that's coming into the system and intercept it through groundwater rights before it gets to the end of its previous flow path and supports surface water flows. So a bit later in the rulemaking timeline, the Department Commission decided to address some of that groundwater surface water interaction, and our current rules have us avoiding issuing groundwater rights that would result in short-term acute impacts to surface water, generally within an irrigation season, while allowing groundwater to continue to be allocated where it would impact surface water over a longer period of time, of years or decades even, and it doesn't really take cumulative impacts into account. So our proposed rules take a different view and say that the requested source of groundwater is available only if these 3 parts. So groundwater level trends are reasonably stable, if hydraulically connected surface water is available for further appropriation, and if the aquifer is physically capable of producing the requested rate. So I'll come back to these 2 highlighted items, which are really the significant portions of this rulemaking that's currently underway. Real quick before I get there, I just want to make sure to point out that this rulemaking affects potentially new permitted groundwater uses, and the rules will not apply to or affect existing groundwater right holders or exempt groundwater users, either present or into the future. So those exempt uses are exempted from the permitting process in statute. So new future exempt uses would not be subject to these rules. Okay, so with that, key issue 1, defining reasonably stable groundwater levels. This has been, again, an item that's been in the legislative policy since 1955, that reasonably stable water levels be determined and maintained, but it's been largely inoperative in our allocation because we haven't defined what this means exactly. So this rulemaking takes a big step forward in defining reasonably stable water levels as existing within this dynamically stable range we've talked about in the past, this and a blue bar across the top, whereby we acknowledge that groundwater levels will respond to climate trends that we see, but that we really want to see our spring high water levels at the beginning of each pumping season or each irrigation season come back up to be solidly within that dynamically stable range, so that we're starting with a full reservoir, if you will, every year, acknowledging that that reservoir is going to dip up and down with wet and dry precipitation cycles. So the definition here that we've come up with is summarized here. So water level declines no more than half a foot a year, or 25 feet total, from, again, our highest known water level as our reference point. We list out a set of data that must be available to make this decision, and we've got additional considerations for human-caused water level rises, way to assume equilibrium with the climate if there's been no prior development, and lastly, an acknowledgement that basin rules can redefine this definition of reasonably stable for a local area, with the caveat that that rulemaking process should assess impacts to existing wells, ecosystems, and the long-term sustainability of the aquifer. And again, just real briefly, a hindsight, backward-looking assessment of what these rules could have meant in the past if they'd been in place. This is an example from the Harney Basin again that you just heard about. And had these rules been in place, then we would have stopped issuing according to these rules several years earlier than we actually did. And that would have resulted in about 2,500 acres of irrigated land not having been permitted that now currently is subject to curtailment under the critical groundwater area designation as it moves forward. So key issue number 2, I believe now everybody has heard at least once, maybe twice or more, my anecdote about Eagle Creek, but keep coming back to this picture because I feel like it really shows what groundwater does for streams. So again, this is a place that I visit often. I can count on water being flowing in this creek in late August, early September, when it hasn't rained appreciably in a couple months, and there's no snowpack in this relatively low elevation watershed. There's no storage, and therefore I can be pretty confident that that water is groundwater flow. So that's precipitation that's fallen in the watershed, infiltrated below the root zone of this forest, flowed to the lowest point in this watershed, and comes out to produce this stream flow that's then depended upon by many people, recreationalists for sure. There's a fish hatchery, there's out of stream irrigation, and this stream is fully allocated 5 months of the year from July to November, if I recall correctly. And the water master has indicated about 3 out of 4 years, she regulates off some of the more junior surface water users because in-stream flows aren't being met. And while that's the case, we have continued under our current rules to issue groundwater rights within this basin that essentially are capturing water that would otherwise flow to create this stream flow that's already not sufficient to meet current needs. And so the new proposed rules have us taking a look at not some threshold criteria for, well, maybe we can issue a groundwater right if it only takes 1% of the flow we see there, or if the impacts are going to build over years instead of be seen next year, and instead asks, what's the overall health of this system, and can we afford to continue to nick away at it? And so the new set of rules basically have us take a look at whether or not a proposed new use is hydraulically connected. And if so, then we'll find the potential for substantial interference, and actual substantial interference will exist if we look over in Division 8 at our statutory terms and ask, is that hydraulically connected surface water already over appropriated? Is it regulated off to satisfy senior rights? Does it have in-stream rights that aren't met during part of the year? And if so, the new rules will have us not issue new groundwater rights for groundwater flow paths that support that. And that's going to have some significant implications for allocation going forward. So if promulgated, the department would not find that groundwater is available nearly as often as it does today. And that's going to mean that we're going to meet our future needs and desires to use groundwater with other methods. So we're going to have to look to conservation and reuse and potentially storage to meet peak demands, or repurposing existing rights through transfers, maybe, as we just talked about, interties with other water systems that can bring outside water in for a particular use. That said, we feel that there are some significant benefits to existing users of the proposed rules. It'll help to increase the certainty for existing water right holders that the water they hold rights to will be there more often than not. We believe it'll lead to fewer dry wells or result in fewer dry wells, lower pumping costs, and preserved water quality. But again, I feel that the new rules are really more consistent with our prior appropriation doctrine, and they're going to reduce future conflict. So we've had a very long public process to date, lasting over a couple of years. Our public comment period is coming to a close at 5 o'clock today. And next week, we will start to compile and review all the public input we received with the goal of having a summary and final rule language to present to the commission at their September meeting. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Annette.
Thank you. I think Chair Quince, we're ready to go to public comment.
Thank you. Right now I have 7 people listed for public comment on this item. Mayor Melanie Kebler from the city of Bend, Mayor Ed Fitch from the city of Redmond, Lisa Brown from Water Watch, Molly Collins from Small Family Research Farm in Oregon, Zach Freed, the Nature Conservancy, Kyle Smith, Oregon Water Partnership, Malia, am I saying that right? Who I think is online. And then Mary Powell from the League of Women Voters. And Glenn Barrett from Water for Life. So given the number of people, I'd like to ask that you try to keep your comments within 5 minutes, please. And if you hear something in a previous commenter's remarks that you want to emphasize, you could call attention to that. Kind of focus on what is unique about your comments. And we'll begin with Mayor Kebler, please.
Morning, Chair Clemson, Mayor and members of the Water Resources Commission. My name is Melanie Keebler. I'm the mayor of Bend. Welcome to Bend. Thank you for being here with us today. I'm here on behalf of the City of Bend and the Central Oregon Cities Organization, or COCO. And collectively, we are 9 cities responsible for providing water to over 150,000 people in Central Oregon. And we continue to be cities in one of the state's fastest growing regions. COCO has submitted comments to the Water Resources Commission on the groundwater rules, and I'm not going to read the whole 14-page letter, but provide some highlights for your consideration today. We've been closely engaged with the groundwater allocation rulemaking process for about 2 years. And throughout that time, we've been providing input about how our Deschutes Basin and Deschutes Aquifer are different and should not be swept up in statewide one-size-fits-all sets of updated rules. Unfortunately, we feel we still have little to show for those efforts. To be clear, COCO supports fully the Water Resource Commission's direction to update groundwater rules across the state and take care of this precious natural resource. We recognize the allocation of groundwater has been over-appropriated in some parts of the state and understand these rules are needed to prevent further groundwater declines. That's especially true in basins with shallow and ancient aquifers where these rules are perhaps needed the most. However, the impact of these rules in the Deschutes Basin is marginal at best and will fail to support the incredible collaboration that we've had here in Deschutes for many years. So some key items that we're still struggling to understand. We feel these rules will do little to arrest the decline of groundwater levels in the Deschutes Basin due to our unique hydrogeology. The Deschutes Basin receives roughly 4,000 cubic feet per second of annual recharge, and municipal water users account for only 2% of this recharge. That's fundamentally different than other basins where pumping actually exceeds annual recharge. Ultimately, the cessation of new groundwater permitting will do little to achieve the Commission's policy objective of arresting the decline of groundwater levels in the Deschutes Basin. These rules also include little to no consideration of exempt and unregulated wells in Central Oregon. The new groundwater allocation rules ignore over 18,000 groundwater wells in the Deschutes Basin and don't account for them. That equates to roughly 4 billion gallons per year of Deschutes Basin groundwater not considered into the rules. And we understand there are statutory reasons for that, but I think this is a moment when we're having this groundwater conversation to get into that hard discussion about those exempt wells and what they are doing to our groundwater. These rules also fail to extend the groundwater mitigation program that has been so successful in the Deschutes Basin. This is the only mitigation program in the state. It's a critical tool for Central Oregon cities as they plan for the future, and it's a product of that great collaboration that we have here. We need to keep this program functioning past the 2029 sunset and build on the momentum we've gained as a basin. The rules also fail to consider impacts to cities, and Mayor Ed Fitch will talk about this more in a minute, but these rules do not include any consideration of our other mandates for housing, buildable lands, and or the financial capital that's going to be required to adapt water systems to the new rules, those conservation and mitigation requirements. These rules also, though we are thankful to have the idea of an off-ramp for our basin, those rules, as they are written right now, are unclear and problematic. That's an option that's supposed to be a path forward for basins like ours, and we would like to pursue that option. But it has vague sideboards that are not clear, and there's no dedicated support from the department, and the earliest department staff said they could assist us with this effort is 2027. We would like to do better for our fastest growing cities in Central Oregon, again, to help us create that basin-specific rules that meets the goals of this groundwater rulemaking effort while recognizing our uniqueness as a basin. We are perhaps the most studied basin in Oregon. We have 7 U.S. Geological Survey peer-reviewed and published studies that set out in detail the hydrogeologic framework of the Deschutes Aquifer and our unique attributes. Most of these studies were funded in part by OWRD. This science is routinely utilized in discussions and meeting groups as we collaborate on water issues in the basin. We want to point out the City of Bend, we had a joint meeting between our council and the Warm Springs Tribal Council, and that was an excellent example of the type of collaboration we do in our basin. Water was a #1 topic for both of our councils, and staff from our councils are going to plan to continue to meet, and we'll be meeting in July to underscore our commitment to conservation, water quality, and working with our basin partners. Ultimately, the point here is that the City of Bend and COCO see these updated rules as an impediment to continuing that place-based collaborative work that our basin has been engaged in for decades. So COCO is asking for greater clarity about terms that are used in the proposed rules and about how the rules will be applied and implemented in the Deschutes Basin. And most importantly, if that off-ramp to basin-specific rulemaking is our only option, we are asking the Commission for a clear path forward and a commitment for the resources to help us get that process underway as soon as possible. Ultimately, we support the intent behind these rules, but have many concerns, some of which I've mentioned here today. I hope you'll take the time to read our full comments that we've submitted to you and consider our needs. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Keebler. Questions or comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Ed Fitch, please.
Chair and members of the commission. I'm the current chair of the Central Oregon Cities, but going back 25 years ago, I was the mayor of Redmond, and that's when we formed Central Oregon Cities. So this is like deja vu. What we worked on 25 years ago was water as well. I've also been involved in land use since 1978, both as city attorney, county counsel, and private attorney. One thing I learned about our land use system is that everything within our social framework in Oregon is being defined within our land use system. All change in Oregon is basically defined within our land use system. It governs where we can live, it governs where our roads go, it governs just about every aspect of social engagement and development in Oregon since the 1970s. And in that light, I want to note that when we were in Burns, I think last September, we noted that these statewide goals are also part of our discussion in terms of forming water policy. And the Water Resources Commission, as well as the department, also has a legal obligation under law and also by interagency agreement to analyze whatever action or statewide policy is being developed within the framework of our land use system. And I'll just give you some examples from the administrative rules. In 690-005, and these all pertain to the Water Resources Commission and Department, it provides that the administrative rules you have establish procedures for assuring agency compliance with statewide planning goals as well as local comprehensive land use plans and it requires coordination with local, state, and federal governments in land use matters. 690.005.0020 notes that land use and water management are integrally related. Statewide planning goals require a comprehensive plan to include inventories of and mechanisms to protect local water resources. The rule goes on to note that the Commission, Water Resources Commission, places a high priority on complying with statewide planning goals and achieving compatibility with local comprehensive plans. The rule also provides that in any action identified in 690.00525, the Commission and the Department shall comply with the goals and be compatible with local comprehensive to the greatest extent possible. Now, 25 notes that this applies to both applications and permits, but it also applies to statewide policy. In 690.005.030, it provides that except as provided in subsection 3, the Commission and Department shall comply with the statewide planning goals by taking actions that are compatible with acknowledged comprehensive plans. In general, this provision requires the Commission to make written findings if the Commission's actions are incompatible with acknowledged comprehensive plans. If it is incompatible, if there is a conflict between our local comprehensive plans and the action of the Commission or the Department, mediation is required under your own rules. It's also required under your interagency program, which you adopted in, not you, but the agency adopted in 1990. So from our perspective, over the course of the last year or two, there has not been any concrete efforts to talk with cities in particular about how the water rule, proposed rule, is going to be compatible or not compatible with acknowledged comprehensive plans. There's been absolutely zero discussion on that basis. And yet you're required by your own rules to adopt written findings about how you try to do that. And it has not been done. Now, we totally appreciate that after 2 years of effort, you guys are under a lot of pressure to do something because we do have a significant issue with water in Oregon. We are willing to help in any way we can to collaborate to make sure this works for both our water resources and the future of our cities. But we have to have that discussion. And my recommendation is that instead of going through mediation under either the rules or the interagency program, that the department and commission and city organizations, we have one for Central Oregon, also we have a League of Oregon Cities, sit down and say, how can we deal with this to come up with a positive and win-win situation, which I think we can, to both protect the aquifer and ensure cities can comply with the statewide planning goals. That solution is out there, but it's going to take discussion to get there. And we are more than willing to do that. And I think the governor's office is willing to help on that. But it's an important, very, very important issue for the future of our state, to both protect the resource and assure that we can comply with our land use system. Thank you.
Mayor Fitch, questions?
I do have a question. Thank you again for all of you for hosting us here. Though listening to some of the words, comply, achieve compatibility, I get the read that from your perspective, the water distribution system is subservient in some way to comprehensive plans and growth plans. Am I reading that right? Because my sense is that the land use system was established to achieve compatibility in this dynamic equilibrium. And over time, as things like population growth that outstrips projections, land use plans adapt and change to that. But am I reading right that you feel like the Water Resources Commission, the department, is compelled to comply with projected growth as defined?
No, I don't think that's right. what I do think is correct is obviously growth is limited by what resources we have. Whether it's transportation, whether it's water, whether it's sewer, all those can have limiting factors in some fashion or another. But we won't know that in terms of trying to find a balance between the needs of our land use system and the requirements cities, the mandates have, not just in land use, but across the board from federal and state government, and the limited resources we have. How can we do both? We haven't had that conversation, and that's where the problem lies. I think we need to have that. I do think that with enhanced conservation, coordination, we can both protect the aquifer and to the greatest extent possible within that limitation, allow for cities to move forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just a reminder, when you come into the building, please, if you didn't, you need to sign in at the front desk with the ODOT entrance. And then when you come in here for the meeting, we have a sign-in sheet at the back for those attending this meeting. And we need those for records, please. So if you haven't signed in, please do so. Is Lisa Brown available online?
I am. Would it be possible to have Zach Freed go first? He's there in the room.
Oh, you're the guy today.
Yeah.
Not it.
Thanks.
You didn't say no to me, so.
Chair Clumps, members of the commission, you all have heard me yap before. I'm Zach Freed. I work for the Nature Conservancy. I lead our freshwater program across the state. I've been viewing these rules through a variety of different lenses. I live here in the Deschutes Basin. I'm a resident of Bend. I sit on the state's groundwater advisory committee, and I've been part of the rulemaking committee to develop these rules in the first place. Despite all those lenses, I'm happy to say that the Nature Conservancy strongly supports the proposed rules. I wanted to go one step further and think back to 2021 when this commission identified this as a high priority for the department. And I just wanted to thank you for your foresight in thinking ahead about some of these hard discussions that we had to have. The objective of the rulemaking, we heard from Justin earlier, was to update the rules to achieve long-term sustainability of the aquifers and to prevent further impact to existing water rights holders. I like where the rulemaking committee ended up. I like that the proposed rules, I think they achieve those two objectives. The rules are based upon the best available science and the best available data. We heard from Justin about some of the published literature that the reasonably stable definition is based on. But one thing I wanted to emphasize is the work that the department has done to use on-the-ground measurements, long-term data from thousands of wells across the state to help inform the definitions of reasonably stable that the rulemaking committee ended up landing on. So we're using actual on-the-ground evidence about what the variability of these wells actually look like to determine what sustainability, what reasonably stable should look like into the future. I think that's powerful. I like that these rules leverage the precautionary principle, which is just a common sense approach to making sure that future permits are within the capacity of the resource. This is important in the face of future climate projections, which project increased temperatures, increased frequency of drought, decreased snowpack. And I think it's in contrast to the status quo approach that the Water Resources Department has previously taken, which has been characterized as a default to yes approach to permitting. That, as we heard earlier today, the Harney Basin discussion has led to overallocation in many places, including the Harney Basin, but not limited to the Harney Basin. And that, as we heard earlier, leads to much harder conversations to have to try to fix the problem rather than to get ahead of it and prevent the problem from happening in the first place. I mentioned the term capacity of the resource earlier. That's because I think these rules are well aligned in statute, which requires the department to manage water for beneficial use without waste within the capacity of the resource. I think the abundance of evidence, statewide studies, have shown that that has not been successful in the past. Our existing rule set, our existing structures are not sufficient to make sure that the rules or that the water is managed within the capacity of the resource. I think these proposed rules will do a much better job of that. What they won't do is the proposed rules will not solve areas that are already over allocated, right? We heard about the years and years and years of hard conversations in places like the Harney Basin, where collaborative approaches, regulatory approaches, rulemaking, all have to mesh together in order to address these issues. So when I think about what I heard from Jeff and Chandra earlier today about making important, impactful, but incremental changes to our water policy to address long-term resilience of the resource, I think these proposed rules are a great example of that. Doesn't solve all of our groundwater problems, but it does prevent them from accelerating or becoming worse. One thing that I heard earlier this week, just on Tuesday in a Harney Basin collaborative meeting from a rancher up near Bear Valley, who gave me permission to pass along his words, I thought was really impactful. We were talking about the overallocation in southeastern Oregon. I think this applies throughout the entire state and to this proposed rules. Jack Southworth said, I wrote it down because it was such an impactful quote, "The history of the West is one of irrational hope, which led us to overtrap beaver, overhunt buffalo, overgraze rangelands, and overcut our forests. And now we've overallocated the streams and aquifers. We should learn from our mistakes to move forward with rational hope. And we do that by making the right decisions today." Stop quoting from Jack. I think that's just a wonderful way to say this. And I think that the proposed rules are one of the ways that we can learn from our past mistakes and move forward with rational hope and use the tools available to us in terms of conservation, collaboration, and innovation to figure out how we can grow and how we can expand within the capacity of the resource. So the Nature Conservancy supports these rules. And I urge the commission to adopt these rules when you vote on this in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Questions or comments? Thank you very much. Lisa, are you prepared to go now?
Certainly, thank you. Chair Clemps, members of the commission. For the record, Lisa Brown with Water Watch of Oregon and a member of the Groundwater Allocation RAC. And I want to open by sincerely thanking the commission for first recognizing the importance of revising Oregon's groundwater allocation process and for your thoughtful years-long leadership in working with the agency to address this critical issue. I mean, I believe this is one of the most important things the agency can do at this point, and your leadership has been invaluable. And we also want to express our appreciation for all the great work that the agency staff has done in developing these rules. And, you know, Oregon is fortunate to have the 1955 Groundwater Act, even if we have not always lived up to it, and to have increasingly robust groundwater data and analysis available all across the state. And, you know, what the proposed rules do is use the science and this extensive data that's now available to build groundwater allocation system that aligns with statute and really puts Oregon on a much more sustainable path. And the rules also implement important pieces of the integrated water resource strategy, namely the 2017 strategy's recommendation to develop additional groundwater protections, which in turn expands upon the 2012 strategy call for protection of groundwater in the permitting processes. And before going further, I do want to flag, you know, that there were 4 rulemaking hearings held around the state in April and May, at which a great many people provided thoughtful and compelling testimony in support of the rules. And this included testimony from individuals, tribes, organizations, and even notably a member of your predecessor board, Ann Squire. And the first hearing was held in Bend, at which local individuals, local organizations, and municipal interests all testified, and at which comments in support outnumbered comments of concern. And the May 21st hearing in Salem built on that And, notably, there was support for the rules at all of the hearings. And so I would just urge you to listen to all of that testimony. It's available on the agency's website. Because, it would be, I think, unfair. It would be an unfair result if today's opportunity to get in front of you directly sort of undermined or undervalued that testimony that a lot of effort went into. We did submit a letter earlier in this week that highlights kind of the key components of the rules that form, the basis of WaterWatch's strong support for the rules and respecting time. I will not go into those right now, and Zach touched on a number of them. But I would refer you to that letter. And, I think it's important to recognize that the rules, these proposed rules didn't set out to address all the groundwater issues. We have issues of over allocation, we have impacts from transfers and other issues that need to still be addressed in separate processes. And WaterWatch also has some suggestions for modest improvements to the rules that we think would make them more clear and more protective, which we'll submit in comments today. But, regarding the important issue of new groundwater allocation and just working to ensure that we don't make like these super difficult problems worse across the state, the proposed rules make significant and meaningful changes that are critically important for Oregon's people and for the ecosystems that rely on this cold, clean groundwater. And so we're here today to voice our strong support for the rules and also to urge your support. And we look forward to the rules being adopted in September. And I would just thank you for the opportunity to comment. Thank you again for your work on this issue and for your service on the commission.
Thank you, Lisa. Molly Collins online. How about Kyle McClellan Smith?
So.
Everyone, Chair Quemps, you're making my dad very proud by using my middle name, the name of our Scottish ancestors.
Just means you're in trouble.
Chair Quemps, members of the commission, good morning, still morning, I guess. And thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Kyle Smith, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Nature Conservancy in Oregon. And today I'm speaking on behalf of the Oregon Water Partnership. OWP is comprised of 7 statewide organizations, including the Nature Conservancy, as well as Environmental Defense Fund, Oregon Environmental Council, Sustainable Northwest, Trout Unlimited, Water Watch, and Wild Salmon Center. Our organizations are working together to ensure abundant, cold, clean water to sustain our communities, livelihoods, and ecosystems. Oregon Water Partnership strongly supports the proposed changes to the groundwater allocation rules as an essential tool for managing our water resources responsibly. You'll hear from some of our member organizations with independent comments, but these comments represent the views of the Water Partnership as a whole. There are 4 key reasons we support the new rules. First, the proposed rules are grounded in robust scientific research and data analysis. They ensure that groundwater management decisions are based on the best available science and data. New groundwater rights will only be granted if there's clear evidence that our water supply can handle it. Second, the proposed rules will help safeguard Oregon's groundwater from further overallocation. The current rules have led to significant groundwater declines in many areas, threatening drinking water access and reliability, agricultural production, groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and recreational and cultural resources. The proposed rules will help manage groundwater more sustainably, which is identified as a priority in Oregon's Integrated Water Resource Strategy as recommended action 11E. Third, the proposed rules improve how the state recognizes and manages the connection between surface and groundwater. Unsustainable groundwater use affects hydrologically connected surface water, which can injure senior surface water rights, Protecting the natural flow of rivers and streams is crucial for fish, wildlife, and the people of Oregon. Finally, the proposed rules will help protect water supplies for future generations. Oregon's changing climate is bringing more intense droughts, increased evapotranspiration from plants, and a shift in winter precipitation from snow to rain, all of which affect water supply and demand. Oregonians are already suffering the consequences of past allocation decisions, and allocations made today will affect groundwater sustainability in future decades. We'd like to thank Oregon Water Resources Department for involving the public and various stakeholders in this process. The 4 public rulemaking hearings over the past 2 months demonstrated substantial support for the proposed rules, including a well-attended hearing in Bend. So we encourage the commission to consider those comments as well. Oregon Water Partnership urges the adoption of these proposed rules. They represent a careful and responsible approach that will better protect groundwater resources for all Oregonians. Thank you for considering our comments.
Kyle. Malia available online?
Yes, I am. And also Greg Capillas is here, and he registered to testify, but we did not hear his name listed, and he's ready to testify after me, if that's okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Chair Quimps, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments today to you on this topic. My name is Malia Capillas. I am a registered geologist, certified water rights examiner, licensed hydrogeologist in Washington. I'm also the board member of the Nestucca, Nesquin, and Sand Lake Watershed Council. I am co-chair of the Oregon's Geologic Map Advisory Committee for the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries. I'm a wetland scientist. I'm a 4th-generation farmer in Kansas and a PhD student at Oregon State University. And I do want to thank you for this, again, the opportunity to testify. My first comment is I have submitted written testimony that lays out an alternate surface water and groundwater management plan that integrates everything that the state has been trying to do with place-based planning and its integrated water resources. And I see this as an alternative path to these proposed groundwater allocation rules, and it's the direction the state should be taking. And I would like to present an offer that to the commission that I would really like to present this plan to the commission and explain how it works, how it integrates, and give you a better understanding of that. So please contact me, and I will be happy to give you that presentation. The other thing that I want to comment on is 2 comments that Justin Iverson made, where he said that water level declines in Harney Basin would not have happened if these proposed rules had been in effect. And that's not true. As a certified water rights examiner, I'm well aware that the existing rules would have required a determination if groundwater is available. And if they had looked at the water level data and seen those declines, then they would have checked the box that said, no, groundwater is not available. They would not have waited and let it continue to decline. Also, the new water rights that were issued contain limitations. And one of those limitations is if a decline is observed, then the Water Resources Department is required to start working with the farmer, either regulating the water right off or working with the farmer to see if they can improve efficiencies and use less water as they're irrigating. So there were already 2 opportunities the department has failed to implement to get us to where we are now. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Greg.
Yeah, I hope it's all right if I kind of piggyback here on Malia. I'm not sure what happened. I did sign up and got confirmation, but I noticed that my name wasn't called at the beginning of this. So anyway, Chair Quimps, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this topic. My name is Greg Capillas. I'm a hydrogeologist, certified water rights examiner with Pacific Hydrogeology in Malino, Oregon. My background encompasses over 35 years of experience in groundwater protection and management and water right consulting. I'm here today representing the Oregon Groundwater Association as the chair of that organization's committee or government affairs committee, but I'm also here personally representing my clients for whom water rights are so vitally important. I've spoken to you before during previous commission meetings and have discussed many of my technical concerns with these proposed rules. If you're interested in reading my technical arguments, I invite you to review the written comments that I'll be submitting this afternoon before the deadline on behalf of the Oregon Groundwater Association. I understand the challenges that we're facing here in Oregon with allocation of groundwater, and I believe that it's time for us to make some significant changes on how we allocate groundwater. But let's make no mistake, these rules as proposed will pretty much shut down development of new groundwater rights across the state. And I think we have to ask ourselves, is that really what we want to do? This will leave water users with limited options for meeting future needs. One option promoted by the department is water right transfers. We've also heard from some of our clients that the water masters are encouraging development of off-stream storage projects. But I think you need to understand that these options offer no panaceas. There are many limitations on transferring water rights. For example, if a proposed new well location affects the surface water system differently from the original well, then the transfer may not be allowed. As a result, in areas with a dense network of streams, such as the Willamette Valley, groundwater right transfers are usually limited to distances of less than a mile. And while the department is promoting development of new off-stream storage projects, the DEQ is busy placing restrictions on these new reservoir applications that are impossible to meet. I haven't yet seen a Division 33 DEQ review that did not require mitigation by providing replacement water back into the stream on a gallon-for-gallon basis. Of course, this is a ridiculous requirement when you consider that if the applicant had the source of water to use for mitigation, they wouldn't need to apply for the water right in the first place. And none of the potential new or future opportunities mentioned by the department, such as mitigation programs, market-based approaches, or outcomes from basin and regional planning, have been developed and won't likely be available for many years to come. All of this is to illustrate that the realities of the near-term situation for anyone hoping to get groundwater rights on previously unirrigated land stand in stark contrast with the rosy outlook that has been promoted. Oregon needs to move towards active integrated management of our water resources, and can only do so if we use all of the tools we have available to us. The proposed rules rely on the presumption that any theoretical impact to a stream, no matter how small, is unacceptable. It should be clear that reliance on such a presumption is pretty much the opposite of an active management strategy. It will take time to develop the strategies we need to actively manage our water resources. In the meantime, we can meet the stated objective of these rules without shutting down all new groundwater development. To that end, we recommend a pause in this rulemaking process to allow for more time to develop a more scientifically robust process for evaluating interference with surface water. This is the only reasonable course if the Commission and the department are truly committed to developing sound, science-based rules that meet the department's statutory obligation to allocate groundwater to all users. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Greg.
Can I make a comment? I think, Malia, you had mentioned a presentation that you wanted to share with us, and I would just encourage you to send it to the department. I don't think we'll be able to meet with you after the fact. So if you want to get it on the record, we could look at it then.
Actually, I think I really do need to present it. There's a lot of information and details that's not in the slides itself, and I'm just asking that at a future commission meeting that I be allowed time to come and give this presentation as an information only presentation. I think that's the best way to handle this.
Oh, we'll leave that up to staff.
So yeah. Okay.
Wants to give a presentation?
Not today.
Not today.
Okay,
No, I'm
thank you.
saying in one of your near future commission meetings, if you could allocate some, an hour of time or 40 minutes of your time for me to give you this presentation to help explain, what tools we actually have in our toolbox right now that we could start implementing immediately or start working forward on that could make a huge difference. And there's just some minor infrastructure issues that probably could be resolved with some legislation, but even without the legislation, we could still start moving forward with it. So that's all. And what staff person would I communicate with to set up this? President.
Chair Quemps, Commissioners, for the record, Raquel Rancier, Deputy Director. You can go ahead and reach out to me and we can discuss what you are interested in presenting. And we'll go from there and work with the chair.
Okay, is that Annette?
Annette, leave it.
Okay, all right, got it. I'm recognizing your voice. All right, thanks, Annette. I will be in contact with you. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next public commenter. Is Mary Powell available? Then we'll go to Glenn Barrett after that, please.
Thank you, Chairman Quemps and Vice Chair Smitherman. Yes. I'm Becky Powell with the League of Women Voters of Deschutes County. We've supported the RAC and sent in a letter in April to that effect. The League of Women Voters of Oregon also supports the RAC as proposed. And I'm just gonna, in the interest of time, submit our testimony to for later reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair Quimps and Commission, I'm Glenn Barrett. I represent Water for Life today. I'm also a rancher from Bonanza, Oregon, which is east of Klamath Falls. Been involved with both groundwater and stored water issues in the past and been on the Integrated Water Resource Committee in the past as well. First off, I really want to support Greg Capellas's comments earlier. I think he was spot on. Throughout the process, I visited a lot of the RAC meetings, and my big concern is how it affects current water rights potentially. And the department has changed things, and I appreciate their changes that they made to try to protect current water uses. And they have made it, they spelled out a lot of times during their public meetings that it would not affect current uses. But I feel it still has potential, especially when it comes to the new definitions that they're coming up with. And while the department may not utilize those new definitions resulting in regulation of existing use, I think the courts will if it's included in the proposed rules. I think the best way to handle that is to have a new division established with the new rules. So it clearly puts a border between how we regulate existing uses versus the new appropriations. I think also as written, the one size fits all will be contradictory to the basin planning that the state has worked so hard on. And I think that needs to be looked at as well. And down in the Klamath Basin, restricting new uses as the proposed rules will, I think puts the Oregon citizens at a huge disadvantage. While California is still developing new groundwater and pumping water outside from under Oregon's borders. And until we can collaborate with the neighboring states, Washington might have the same issues, Idaho, I'm not sure. But definitely in the Klamath Basin, before we restrict the uses of the Oregon citizens, we need to collaborate with California. We will be submitting further comments, and I appreciate your time to allow us to comment today. Thank you.
Karen Lowatsky, Oregon Environmental Council.
Good morning. I'm busy punching little buttons so you can see me. There I am. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on OWRD's proposed changes to the state's current groundwater allocation rules. Out of respect for keeping to the agenda timeline, I'm going to try to keep my remarks short and will submit some detailed written comments later in the day. For the record, my name is Karen Lewatsky. I'm the Water Program Director and Rural Partnership Lead for Oregon Environmental Council. OEC served on the groundwater allocation RAC that helped develop these proposed rules. Although there are some ways in which they could be more protective of our groundwater resources, these proposed rules are a significant improvement over the current rules. This has been widely acknowledged as public comments from across the state have shown support for these proposed rules. We wholeheartedly support them, and we urge you to adopt them without further delay. As the previous agenda items from this morning, various statewide studies and place-based planning efforts make clear, groundwater management is a significant challenge in many parts of the state. Updating Oregon's groundwater allocation rules to align with the best available science will protect existing users and ensure that the resource itself is sustainably managed as directed by the 1955 Groundwater Act. You've already heard the proposed rules are science-based and data-driven. They're protective of senior rights and domestic well users. They allow the department to deny a permit if groundwater levels cannot be shown to be reasonably stable, or if there isn't enough data to make that determination. They're also flexible. They're flexible enough to allow basin planning efforts to address local problems while requiring those efforts to take into account impacts on existing wells, impacts on interconnected groundwater surface water ecosystems, and impacts on the long-term sustainability of the water resource. Each basin is unique, and yes, there is room for unique characteristics to be addressed under these rules. Finally, as you've heard, these rules are also in alignment with the IWRS recommended action 11E. Managing groundwater, which is arguably our most essential and finite resource, obliges us to be prudent. People like to say you can't make more water, and that's true enough. However, conservation, including reuse, is the next best thing to being able to create more water. Conservation at home, on farms, in factories, and data centers is the true answer to our water challenges. Ensuring adequate, cold, clean water for humans and for ecosystems now and into the future requires us to act with thoughtful caution. While these rules do not address past over-allocation decisions, adopting and implementing them will avoid over-allocation in the future and will protect those groundwater supplies for future generation. I presented public comments on these proposed rules a number of times. Each time I've ended with these words because to me, they are at the heart of this issue. Change is never easy, and changing from our current system to a science-based, sustainable approach may seem huge. However, just because it isn't easy doesn't mean it's not needed. In fact, it is essential. At the end of the day, we have to learn to operate within the constraints of this resource. To think otherwise, to act otherwise is just wistful thinking. We strongly urge you to adopt these rules at your September meeting, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your comments, Karen. I also want to thank the department for extending the comment period and providing this opportunity to have in-person comment, creating alignment between the schedule and our in-person meeting here in Bend. And we very much appreciate all of you taking the time to come and comment. So thank you. And Annette.
Thank you, Chair Quemps, members of the commission. So we will thoughtfully and thoroughly analyze and evaluate all of the comments that we've received. Last time I inquired, we had received over 900. So we anticipate getting you information well in advance of the September commission meeting. I also wanted to close by highlighting some of the information that you might find in the one-pager groundwater that was shared with you on the Deschutes. So, the department's scientific perspective is that the Deschutes Aquifer is not one large homogeneous water body underneath the ground. And we know that because of the data that we have been collecting. And in fact, in the central part of the basin, we are seeing total declines in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 feet, with a rate of decline that has accelerated from 1 foot per year to 2 feet per year. So under current rules today, the department is proposing to deny issuance of permits in that part of the Deschutes Basin. That also is the area where the city of Redmond sits. So I wanted to put those things together for you. I also want to close by saying that the department, along with all the other state agency partners and the regional collaborative effort that we have here in the Deschutes Basin, really is excited, interested, committed to working to evaluate, identify, and secure resources that will ensure that the future needs of the city of Redmond and other municipalities are met. So the resources that are needed to evaluate some of those alternatives that you saw in the end of Justin's presentation. So that's how I wanted to close, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Annette? Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I have just one concern at this point with the new rules, and that's the off-ramp. Because to me, I saw the off-ramp as a way that an individual basin could look at what's happening there and conform to what's required. So currently the off-ramp, which after RAC meeting, which I listened to, came up with a very flexible way to go forward with an off-ramp. But subsequently, after that meeting, new requirements were added and they're kind of unclear and ambiguous. So I'm hoping that there'll be some way that you might look at that and either go back to the former language or come up with something that would be workable so that we can tailor these to each basin as requirements.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
On to agenda item L, which is the approval of the minutes. From the March 21, 2024 virtual meeting in Salem. Is there any comments on the minutes?
I move that they are approved.
Thank you.
I second that.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Mall, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smithman?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Reeves?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee? I vote yes as well, so that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Chair Quimps, can I just clarify that the second was by Commissioner?
Yes. All right. Moving
It was Keith.
moving too quickly, yes. Okay, now we move to our commissioner comments. I'll start with Commissioner Lee, please.
Oh, okay, thank you. My comments are a little different today because what I'd like to share with the commission is concern about how we move forward and protect and support our new manager. So we've seen the state's audit on water policy. We've heard from the 4 attorneys about water issues and other folks. And I think that the commission needs to be a more viable part of the change that's going forward. And so I'd really like to see us meet more often. LCDC has moved to monthly meetings. Many of the other agencies have every other month. I think we have to have our hand in helping to create policy and change that will be effective so that we can show that we have that kind of progress. And we had talked before about maybe having some kind of strategic planning session. We have not done that, and that is really getting to be critical. The other thing is that we lose one of our members this year and 3 next year from term limits.
So we really need to be thinking about getting this kind of work done now while we have our capacity. So that's what I'd like to share with other commissioners, and I'd be interested to hear what they thought about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Mall.
If I may, in response, Chair Phipps, I love the idea. Does that require, do we have to direct staff to do this? Is there a procedure for this beyond open discussion? I'm always sensitive to staff time. I know what it takes to put on a meeting.
Chair
Commissioners, I'll respond to that, I guess. We can certainly discuss that. The last time this was discussed with the commission, we had noted staffing capacity to actually execute that and time and preparation. So we would need to consider how such meetings were run and make some modifications there, because we could not probably provide you with the level of support that we do for these meetings. So at that point, it was really about a staffing issue.
Yeah, I think if we could put it more in the frame of strategic planning, and if we have more regular meetings, they might just be on certain topics that we dive into. And I think we need to do this to make sure we have success with our new director.
Chair Quemps and commissioners, I'll just note that we are working on developing a plan for developing our strategic plan and engaging with all of you. And so that had been put on hold until we had a new director. And now we have a new director as of July 1st. So we will be talking with you at the next meeting actually about plans on that. And what we've done in the past is when there's a desire or a need for more frequent meetings, we can accommodate that. And that is something that we have done in the past when there's a specific agenda item that desires it. So we can certainly talk about that. That is a much easier conversation than trying to have a full or 2-day meeting with all these different topics every month or every other month.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I know my own schedule would not permit a monthly meeting for sure. Bi-monthly would be challenging, but there's some sure impacts to other commissioners or could be.
We all need more meetings.
Meetings.
But I can see both sides, actually. I can see why we would want to be more involved, why we want to dig in deeper, and why we want to show our support for our new director. Meeting monthly might be a little too frequent, maybe meeting bi-monthly, every 2 months, with a much shorter agenda and a very focused agenda, no tours, nothing that staff has to take an extraordinary amount of time to develop. That would be my thought. We already meet on a quarterly basis, so every 3 months. So that would just add a couple more meetings, I guess, to the year. And if that would be doable to go from 4 meetings to 6 meetings, with maybe one of them being strategic planning, I think that would be, sorry, I'm talking down this way. I think that would be actually a good idea. So that's my thought.
Could be, of course, virtual so that we don't have as much.
Or virtual, yeah, that's it. We have that option now.
Thank you. Commissioner Mall, did you have any comments or?
On my own, zero, and that is follow-up. We're done talking about change the proposal.
Excuse me, Chair, if I may, just before we get off this topic, I do want to acknowledge the staff commitment that it takes to run extra meetings, because even though we're just adding one more meeting or a couple more meetings, that still it requires a public notice and the support to manage that. So certainly not opposed to it. And I think there's a lot of value in us getting together and working through these specific topics here. I would be concerned about just setting up a standard structure of us getting together every 2 months, because we just have to work on what it is that we're going to be working on specifically on that topic. And if we can identify what those priority topics are, we can figure out how to accommodate those in the in the special sessions as an option.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, in response to that, I was trying to think about the through line that has gotten us to where we are with groundwater allocation rules. Back to, well, where were we we were on the Deschutes. We were downstream in Moffett.
Mopping, yes.
And when was that? 18?
I think it's 18.
18.
And the through line between that, the benefit that you get from concentrated time together to a very direct direction from the commission to staff that is now leading to this coming together. And I think if we can think about our gatherings, well, even regular meetings, as having space for that kind of, whatever you want to call it, some people call it generative discussion, that perhaps we could have similar through lines to effective actions forward.
Can I weigh in
Yeah,
on
just-
Jim? I'm a short timer, so I kind of feel like
No, you're not.
I don't really,
Not allowed.
I shouldn't be allowed to talk about how often you guys are gonna meet. But
Go ahead, Meg.
I think you should meet like every 2 weeks.
There we go.
No, I'm just kidding, of course. I do think that it's time for us to have some kind of a retreat-like gathering, like what we did at Moffett. And of course, we have a new director getting ready to start, and there's a lot going on, and the governor's office is focused on this, and it makes a lot of sense. I also, it is so much work to put on one of these meetings, even a virtual meeting for the staff, and they're already up to their eyeballs with everything we just talked about, basically. So I don't know, I think that's a hard balance to reach, but I think hard about how often to put them to that task, I guess.
I could see a retreat like function, we talk about first figure out why we want to meet rather than just setting a meeting
Yeah.
schedule and then set up a meeting that allows for the necessary time to discuss what it is we want to discuss.
Yeah, I want to be very conscious of staff time, and I don't mean to just throw it out there and say figure it out, because that's not the case. It's a lot of work, just like you said. So if it is more of a, it's not a standing every 2-month meeting, it's there's a topic that is really concerning and we need to get together and talk about it more. That I think would be ideal. Also, having a retreat, that sounds great. I haven't been on one of those yet, so just a strategic planning retreat. I think that could be beneficial, but I am very, very much wanting to be respectful of your time and staff's time, everyone's time, because but there's a lot of big issues happening, and we want to be as informed as possible.
Thank you. Meg, did you have any general comment or?
Well, I've got,
Joe's got
if that's okay, I've got a few things to say. First, thank you to everyone that's been here for this, building this meeting. The tour yesterday, I think, was really informative as well. And I also want to thank someone in the audience who didn't read but submitted a letter, Jim Powell, in our inboxes this morning, because I think I have to say, over the last couple of years of comment letters, and I only attended one of the recent comment meetings, but in general, I think from the beginning, we heard the general themes and the general concerns. And incrementally, we heard a few more people, but it's generally the same people in the room. It's great to get to know you all. And we're hearing the same thing from you. And generally, it's just a lot louder, which there's volume matters. There's no question. But it does sort of raise the question of, well, what are we doing with these hearing processes? And what was distinct about Jim's letter is he called out a gap that others I haven't heard call out. And it's the perspective of economics on the decisions that we're making. And we tried, I think you heard us struggling yesterday morning in the granting decision about that very issue. And when Justin mentioned Echo today, I was like, oh yeah, Echo. Three years ago, I think I was in a mountain bike race that starts there in Echo, early in the season. And at one point, you're going out in the prairie to the southeast and coming back. And at one point, you're riding this really interesting trail and you realize you're in a ditch. You're in an old irrigation ditch that's no longer functioning. It's part of BLM land. And immediately I like words, the idea of ditch rider came to mind. And here I was as a mountain bike ditch rider, very different from the ditch riders that you work with, what you do. But in a crystallized fashion is look at how our economy is changing in Oregon. What a ditch rider means now, especially to a community like Bend, the mountain biking economy. I mean, it's still relatively small relative to, but things are changing, and the pressures that Mayor Fitch and others are dealing with, this perception of growth, and that we have to accommodate growth. And we continue, I think, to get a little bit cart before the horse when it comes to water and land use and growth. And therefore, I was really pleased to hear the Governor's Office of Representatives talk about bringing DLCD and other agencies together to really look at this in an integrated, unified fashion. Because at the end of the day, the other thing that this comes down to is why the economic perspective is so important, because at its base level, economics is about values. And we have heard all kinds of different valuations of what water is worth. And I was really amazed and touched by the amount of time that Bobby spent with us yesterday, considering what Warm Springs is dealing with now. And to hear him articulate the values that water and all of the beings in the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs and others associate with water gives me pause, should give us all pause to that fundamental economic, what do we care about valuation question. And I think on one hand, the beauty of the market to be able to redistribute things in very creative ways, like you've done here in Chutes Basin, is critical. It's a critical tool. On the other hand, it can go out of, it can become irrational very quickly. And we're seeing that with water in the West, as those with tremendous assets are controlling. And I fear that, and we need to be attentive. Again, that's why I think Jim's perspective, that is an economic question that goes beyond just water itself. And I guess finally, I really appreciate both in the Harney discussion this morning, as well as here in the Chutes, we all have pride in what we have accomplished and what we've done, but it makes me think there's a song I recommend you all listen to. It's called Wildfire. It's not the old Michael Martin Murphy one. It's more recent, by a group that used to be called Mandolin Orange, and I think now it's called Watch House. And there's a line in it that says, "Pride has a way of holding too firm to history." And I just think the whole song, but that line especially, is one that we really have to take to heart, because we're making history, things are changing rapidly. And I do think, especially my own pride gets in the way. And I think to see the degree to which your collaboratives have been able to set some of that aside and have real candor in your conversation is really critical. So thank you for continuing to do that, and let us know how we can help. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I really have the same kind of thoughts about these 2 days that Joe just described. This has been these are good news days for me, from my perspective, because the basins that we've mostly dealt with today, Deschutes and Harney, are just working through the water issues in an incredibly collaborative, open, transparent way, pushing back without knocking heads, kind of. I mean, it's just, it gives me great hope for as we go forward to kind of trying to make some changes in how we're managing water in the state, that, you know, it's possible to get this kind of collaboration going. It's super labor intensive, and it takes people's time and money, but I don't know, it may be the only way to get to harmony on water use across the rest of the state as well. So anyway, I also appreciate your hospitality, all of you who presented, who joined us, who set up tours, and it was an excellent meeting from my perspective. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Reeves, and I want to echo their sentiments. I very much appreciated the tour. I know a lot of work goes into that. I know people are proud of their work and their collaboration, and rightfully so. And it's always nice to have a chance to share that with people. And we enjoyed that tour very much, very helpful. And again, I couldn't get over what a great example of it was of moving from the natural infrastructure of the Forest Service watershed and the surface water supply to the groundwater and the wastewater treatment and that whole continuum of water management that we need to be thinking about. Very helpful. I have some other thoughts about our meetings, a little different than Commissioner Lee's, but the last 2 days have made me think that we had a great deal of dialogue, obviously. And, we have a number of issues going with the IWRS update, which has been paused. We're going to hear from several new directors about their perspectives on that document, and they'll help inform that. We'll see hopefully more integration around that document and by those directors and their agencies. We've got the groundwater advisory or the allocation rules that we're going through, the Harney issues. And so I think it might be helpful to have fewer items on the agenda and allow more time for discussion. We've had a lot of discussion these past few days, and I think that's helpful to people. We get to critical decision points, and I think there's a lot of, there's probably a mix of things, maybe some anxiety or angst or hope. And it's very helpful, I think, to allow us to have conversations and not just present to people. So if that's realistic, maybe in future meetings, particularly with the amount of change we're going through in the next year with the new director and these new products, maybe we can focus on fewer items and allow more time for discussion and conversation in our meetings. So I just want us to think about that, please.
I'm thinking about it. Yesterday morning, for item A, it really was good to be able to talk that through and not be constrained to the time. I know we took 3 hours and maybe we won't do that every time, but it was good conversation, I felt, between all of us. Really.
And the audience.
And the audience, yeah, it was collaborative there. I won't speak too long. I want to just echo what everyone else has said. A lot of big things going on. All the collaboration that's happening in the Deschutes and in Harney. We really got to see a lot of that work when we toured both back in September in Burns and here in Bend. Thank you to staff who organized all of it, all the tours that we went on yesterday. I really enjoyed seeing the plant and learning about the groundwater and how everything works here in Bend. I wanted to say thank you also to staff, Annette and Justin and Laura. I attended one of the meetings that they held on groundwater allocation in Medford, or Central Point, actually, and I thought the meeting was really well run. The presenters, Justin did a fantastic job presenting. Everyone stayed calm, and that was really good. Sometimes you get a little worked up in those meetings, but everyone was respectful for the most part. And I just thought that it was really well-run meeting, and thank you to staff for holding that down there. And I think I'll just stop with that. But again, thank you for your hospitality here.
Well, thank you, everybody, for showing up and, enjoying my home stomping grounds. I'm glad you enjoy the work that we, that not only state agencies, local agencies, but also federal agencies have worked to put water in stream in the Deschutes to try to be a model of how we can work together. And we're so used to it. Oh, we've got a problem. Well, let me call here, let me get this person, how do we solve this together? That's kind of more ingrained locally as to this is how we solve things. And hoping that we can show that that's a way that we can do that for the entire state. As far as doing meetings, I like the idea of having fewer topics and more time to talk. Because I think that's when we start bouncing ideas off of each other, that's when some real magic can happen. And I think that's a good thing, whether that means more meetings or we do more virtual meetings on just, if this has to be more of the informational type. Flexible, always be flexible. That's, one of the things that I live by. I am very grateful to Mother Nature that she's actually given us some water this year. So, with that,
Happy about
I can be happy.
Just want to thank everybody for the time that it takes to set these things up and appreciate how much effort went into being here and learning about this basin and thinking about some of the comments that were made by other commissioners. We've got quite a few commissioners getting ready to turn out, and all of the rulemakings we're in the middle of and getting ready to dive into the middle of. And I'm kind of excited for it. It's a nervous excitement because I know it's not going to be easy and there'll be a lot of trying times. And logistically, I'm in favor of more meetings, ideologically, I'm in favor of more meetings. Logistically, I don't know how that's gonna work. Apologize for the faux pas there. But no, I'm one of the newer commissioners, and I'm looking forward to trying to collaboratively sort this out. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Clements. If I may, on the topic of fewer agenda items and more discussion, there's a lot going on in the world of water. There are things that we need to bring to you informationally. And I know there have been conversations in the past with the commission about, hey, how about fewer informational items and more action items? And so I think it would be incumbent upon us to figure out how to best modify, say, the director's report to be able to provide the right level of information in there. So we're still getting that to you. You can then highlight whatever you want. You need more information on this or not. But oftentimes a presentation to the commission, you can get into that detail that sometimes we feel you need to be hearing, you need to be marinated in a little bit that you can't do through a director's report. So I think we'll work with the commission as best we can, see if we find that right level of communication. But I agree with you. I thought the conversations that we've had the last couple of days a bit more informal, somewhat than they have been in the past, and I thought that's worked out well.
Well, I like your kind of compromise solution. Some of those information items are important because we have very complex, long-standing issues that if we're going to make durable, long-lasting improvements, then we need that background information. But some of it you could put in your director's report, and we could ask for more of it in the future or something. And I think that's a good approach. So thank you.
More conversation to be had.
Finally, I want to thank again the staff from the governor's office for taking time to be here this morning and interact with us the way they did, and to sit through this meeting and see these issues that are quite meaty and very interesting, obviously. We very much appreciate that. We are now at general public comment.
Chair, before we step into general public, if I may, one more step back into the same topic that we were just discussing with regards to the information provided and discussions that the commissions could be having. Is the commission interested in having a longer meeting than what we've been having? So we generally have, often days, day and a half generally, because we get out, at noon, give people an opportunity to travel. That's another option. We could expand that. So just give that some consideration. See if that is a viable option as well.
Vote for yes.
2 full days, you mean?
3 or
Yeah.
6.
Six, was that- did I hear the second?
Okay.
Look at tours and things like that, kind of,
Yeah.
whether we do tours or not.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other public comment. Is there anything else for the good of the order? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
All right, thanks.